Welcome back to Trading for Life, and thank you for joining us for the final part of Jesse Livermore, World's Greatest Stock Trader by Richard Smitten. In these last chapters, we witness the rise, fall, and ultimate fate of one of Wall Street's most brilliant and mysterious minds. We begin with Chapter 8, Stock Pools and Scandals, revealing the secret manipulations and insider games that shaped early market history. Then in Chapter 9, Boston Billy, Livermore faces betrayal and learns painful lessons about trust in the cutthroat world of trading. As the story builds toward the crash of 1929, Livermore once again proves his genius, predicting the market's collapse and making a fortune while others lost everything. Yet the glory fades as we move into when to hold and when to fold, where the trader wrestles with timing, psychology, and the limits of even his legendary skill. In Livermore's Money Management Rules, we uncover his timeless principles, disciplines that remain the foundation of smart trading today. But then, tragedy and misfortune return, Livermore's luck sours, the shooting of Jesse Livermore Jr., and finally, facing the Grim Reaper. These chapters reveal the man behind the myth, his brilliance shadowed by deep loneliness and loss. The story concludes with the appendix, Livermore's Laws and Trading Secrets Revealed, a legacy of hard-earned wisdom that continues to guide traders nearly a century later. Settle in for the emotional and powerful conclusion to the life of a legend, Jesse Livermore, the man who could read the market like no other.
Chapter 8. Stock Pools and Scandals. The principles of successful stock speculation are based on the supposition that people will continue in the future to make the same mistakes that they have made in the past. Thomas F. Woodlock. Livermore loved to play cards, especially bridge. He played a high-stakes game of bridge every Monday night at his home in Great Neck. He would invite his neighbors, Walter Chrysler and Alfred Sloan, and usually his good friend Harry Aronson, a silk merchant who lived in New York. Aronson was extremely rich, and he loved to watch Livermore and his raids. Once in a great while he would participate in a raid as well. He would go to Livermore's offices and sit in silence, just watching the great trader at work. One day Livermore got a call at his office from Ely Culbertson, the world champion bridge player. "Mr. Livermore, I understand you are quite a bridge player," Culbertson said. "We play a friendly game once in a while. We're not in your class, Mr. Culbertson. Please call me Ely." "Well then, call me JL. I had a favor to ask you. I have been told you are very skilled with numbers, and I wondered if you could figure out some probabilities for me. You know, the probabilities for certain finesses to work and certain point counts, the probabilities of making a game with certain card point counts, things like that." "Well, Ely, give me the problems, and I'll see what I can do." Culbertson spent the next 30 minutes outlining his questions to Livermore, who took specific notes. 1 week later, he called Culbertson back and read off his answers. Culbertson was impressed. Livermore invited him to join their game on Monday nights. "I'm afraid your games are too rich for me, JL." There was a silence. "Look, don't worry about the money. Whoever has you for a partner will cover the bet for your team. You can keep the money if your team wins. We just would all enjoy playing with you. I called the boys and they agree it would be good for us to play with the world's best bridge player. Don't worry about the money. Are you in?" "How can I lose?" "Okay, I'll switch you over to Harry Edgar Dake, my office manager. He will get the necessary information from you so we can send a car to pick you up. You're welcome to stay overnight. We have plenty of bedrooms. The game never goes much beyond 10 o'clock during the week. We start at 6 and have sandwiches at 8. "All right then, I'll see you on Monday night." They incorporated Culbertson into their game by setting up a handicap. Whoever had Culbertson as a partner got penalized 1,000 points. But they were all such good players that they soon eliminated the handicap and played even. It was more of a challenge. Livermore and his friends could not have been more excited to sit and play with, and sometimes against, the world's best bridge player. It was because Livermore and his friends all loved to play cards, poker, gin, and bridge that Dorothy got her yacht pool idea. One Monday night, she walked in early with the butler, who was carrying the sandwiches, and interrupted the game. "Fellas, I have an idea for you to think about. You know your wives and we love to play cards too, so I thought maybe you would consider a yacht pool. You know, you each have your yachts parked in the back of your houses like we do. So why not just take one yacht at a time down to Wall Street instead of each of you taking your own? Then you could play cards on the way down and also on the way back, especially during the summer when the weather is so nice. "And what's in it for you, Mousie?" Livermore asked. "Well, then we girls could go play on the other boats or even go for a cruise." The men broke out laughing, and the next morning the only yacht pool in America was formed. By the mid-1920s, it was well known on Wall Street that Livermore was one of the most skillful market traders. The press often exaggerated his reputation, and it was enhanced by the mysterious and secretive way that Livermore traded. He sometimes used up to 50 brokers to hide his trading activities. No one could easily get to him. To the press, he was the mystery man of Wall Street, silent and secretive. At this time in history, from the turn of the century to the late 1920s, it was common to form pools on various stocks. These pools were made up of investors and insiders who would pool their stock in a particular issue. This was done to control the wild fluctuations that might occur if big blocks were suddenly offered for sale in a stock with thin volume. At least, that was the theory offered by the promoters. Pooling created an orderly market. In fact, most of the time they were just interested in distributing stock to the public as expeditiously and at the best price as possible. When individuals inside the pool wanted to get rid of their equity holdings, they often went to a trading pro like Livermore to sell their stock. This was usually done by the trading pro for a fee. Livermore preferred to get a series of calls on the stock so that he could buy the stock at preset prices. As the stock price rose on the exchange, he had a chance to buy down the stock, exercise the calls, and cash in. He often used his own money to set the market up for the distribution of the pool stock. That way, he did not have to explain his actions to anyone. Market manipulation was commonplace in the stock market at the turn of the century, and there were no strong regulations to prohibit this kind of trading. It was not considered illegal as long as no false or misleading statements were issued. But it was illegal to have wash sales, in which stock would be bought and sold only by the insiders in the pool. This would churn the stock into life and simply drive the stock price up as it passed back and forth through the same pairs of hands. Livermore had seen a lot of manipulation and just about every trick in the book when it came to rigging a stock's action. Livermore was therefore always an obvious choice to run a pool. He was approached on a regular basis. If he believed that it was a good situation, he would become the pool trader. He would first evaluate the company to make sure that it had promise and could legitimately support a rise in the stock price. Second, he had to be sure there was no possibility of bankruptcy or sustained losses in earnings. He would then apply his basic trading rules, protesting the stock's action, before he said yes. The overall stock market's line of least resistance would also have to be basically positive. Livermore believed that no degree of manipulation could take a stock higher in a bear market climate. Livermore was always very wary of his partners in any pool operation. They would often try to manipulate the manipulator. He used the ticker tape to broadcast his activities on any pool operation that he ran. He knew that there were thousands of tape readers like him who would pick up, almost immediately, when a stock started to operate outside of its normal pattern, with increased volume and a sharp spike upward in price. He knew this would spark the interest of other traders and immediately bring in new players with buying power. This was commonly called painting the tape. Livermore also knew that this increase in action would inevitably bring in short sellers, players who bet on the negative side of the market, figuring it was only a pool play. These short sellers could later be squeezed by driving the price higher. They would then have to buy in and cover their short positions. This would also drive the price higher. Livermore's strategy was to build a strong base for the stock on the way up, setting the stage to unload a huge amount of pool stock onto the market. He had studied other great pool operators such as James R. Keene, Jay Goode, and Commodore Vanderbilt. Their strategy was simple: manipulate the stock to the highest point possible, and then sell the pool's stock at the top and on the way down, while the market was churning. Livermore knew the psychology. When the stock came alive, so would the greed of other speculators and investors. He particularly liked sleepy stocks that he could wake up, but he never violated his basic trading rule of first determining the line of least resistance. Otherwise, it was impossible, Livermore believed, to drive a stock up, no matter how strong the pool was. The tape is the best means of getting tips spread, Livermore told his friends. It worked well for him. Often his partners were more worrisome to him than was the stock manipulation. Unlike his regular trading techniques for his own account, when he would sell into a rising market, when Livermore ran a pool, he sold out the bulk of the pool's stock at the top and into a falling market. If the stock plummeted in price too fast, he would stop selling, and perhaps even buy a little stock for support until the public came back in. He knew the psychology of average traders, who often wished they had sold at the top, and as a result, he would wait and not sell 4 or 5 points off the crested high. He would hold his stock position and wait for the powerful rally that he believed was inevitable. He would sit and wait for a rally that might drive the stock back up to the old high. Also, Livermore knew that people like a bargain. It is their nature to try to buy stock when it is cheap and sell it when it is expensive. People often think a stock is cheap because the price is lower than it was a few days before, when in fact it may decline even further. Livermore knew that the wise trader waited until a bottom had been firmly established and tested before going in and buying stock. The public was more inclined to believe that whatever had been happening would continue to happen, and the pools depended on this. A stock that had suddenly come alive and started to rise in price would continue to rise in price. This was usually backed up by carefully manufactured rumors that were released on a planned basis by the insiders. Livermore knew that selling on the way down was a time-honored way of achieving distribution. Wake up a sleepy stock. Let the tape tell speculators and investors that the stock was now alive. Let the tape provide the tips. Most of all, sell on the way down, not on the way up. This was the key to manipulating a stock and achieving distribution of large quantities by the big pool operators, and it has remained the key ever since, because human nature never changes. This is one of the reasons why both experienced and inexperienced stock speculators are subject to manipulation and often get fooled. They believe the insiders are feeding out their stock on the meteoric upward rise of a stock. They are often wrong. The public is usually being fed the majority of the insider or pooled stock after the stock has crested by reaching new highs and is rolling over, starting its decline. This is often the reason why a stock cannot make a new high. There is simply too much supply hanging over the market. It is often insider or informed distribution that makes it impossible for a stock to rise in price. Livermore was well aware of this in his personal trading. It was one of the reasons that new highs were so important to him. A true new high meant that the stock had broken through the overhead supply of stock. Now it was being accumulated again, and most important, the line of least resistance was strongly upward. He was basically alone in this thinking in the 1920s. When the majority of people saw that a stock had made a new high, they sold it immediately and looked for a cheaper stock. Livermore had long ago realized that the stock market was never obvious. It was designed to fool most of the people most of the time. His rules were based on thinking against the grain. Cut your losses quick. Let your profits ride unless there's a good reason to close out the position. The action is with the leading stocks, which change with every new market. New highs are to be bought on breakouts. Cheap stocks are often not bargains because they have little potential to rise in price. The stock market is a study in cycles. It never goes up forever, nor does it go down forever, but when it changes direction, it remains in that new trend until it is stopped. Livermore didn't buck the trend. In June 1922, the New York Stock Exchange listed the Piggly Wiggly grocery stores for trading. The builder and owner of this chain of retail stores was Clarence Saunders, a corpulent 40-year-old from Memphis, Tennessee. The shares were issued and the stock promptly tanked, falling drastically in price. Saunders, upset with the stock price, rounded up $10 million in cash and came to Wall Street to get the price of his stock up. He went directly to Livermore. Their partnership created the last corner in the history of Wall Street. "Mr. Livermore, I want to get the price of my stock up. I have a war chest of $10 million for you to use to do it. Will you? It's selling at $35 right now. Is it worth more?" "Yes, it came out at $50 and that was an undervalued price." "How many shares are there in the market?" Livermore asked. 200,000 float. I got the rest. When do you want to start? What's wrong with tomorrow? Give me a few days, Mr. Saunders, to check things out. Okay, you haven't told me what it will cost me for your services. Normally, I don't take a fee, I just take a schedule of calls on the stock. But this is a unique situation, so we can decide on a fair fee for my services later. Livermore checked out the market and they met a few days later. Okay, Mr. Saunders, I think we can work out a deal. I want 20% of the increase in value of the stock. That's fair enough. Can you start right away? I'll start tomorrow. The next day, using Saunders' $10 million war chest, Livermore quietly started to buy the stock in the open market. By the end of the first week, he had bought 105,000 shares out of the total float of 200,000. He went back to Saunders. Mr. Saunders, I have been able to buy over half the float and the price hasn't budged. It's still $35. What in tarnation does that mean? It means that there is not a lot of interest in your stock. Blast it. There will be. Use that money I gave you. That's what it's for. That stock is worth a whole lot more than $35. So stick it to him. Livermore went back into the market, and by March 1923, he had pumped the price up to $70. He was now faced with what would be one of the most important decisions of his entire career. The street had triggered to the fact that Piggly Wiggly was being cornered. But most traders thought it was a pool at work, headed by the inexperienced owner, Saunders, trying to get rid of his stock. As a result, these seasoned traders started to short the stock, borrowing the stock now to be replaced when they actually bought the stock back later. Livermore saw the problem by the time he had accumulated 198,000 shares for Saunders out of a float of 200,000 shares. The problem was that his friends on the street were in a terribly vulnerable position. They could be ruined. He was called to see Saunders. Livermore, you did a heck of a job. You got the price of the stock to over $70, and there is no stock left for anyone to buy. I want you to call for delivery of all the stock that has been borrowed to cover the stock that has been sold short. That will drive the price of the stock up to whatever we want it to be. Saunders laughed. Until I decide to sell those smug bastards back a little of my stock. I won't do it. It is not a wise thing to do. What are you talking about? You won't do it. We made a deal. Too many of my friends will be ruined. I didn't make a deal to destroy my friends. Are you crazy, Livermore? How could they be your friends if they went short a stock you were running? It's part of the game, Mr. Saunders. It all balances out. Maybe it's part of your game, but it ain't part of my game. They ignored my stock and now they're going to pay for it. He studied Livermore, who remained impassive. And Livermore, what do you mean by it isn't a wise thing to do, drive the price up? It will drive the stock up in a sudden spike. The other traders will know it's a short squeeze and there isn't any real demand for your stock, so they will lay off the issue, and ultimately it will fall like a stone. Bunkum. You're just talking for your friends now, because I got him by the balls and I intend to squeeze. They didn't show me no mercy, and this is my only play on Wall Street. I'm not some big-shot trader like you who has hundreds of plays to choose from. Besides, you're getting 20% of the value of the stock over $35. We can drive the stock up to over $100. That's another fortune for you. Keep it. I'm out if you demand delivery of the stock certificates. You never heard of what old Daniel Drew said about people who sell short. He that sells what isn't his'n must buy it back or go to prison. Yes, I've heard that before, Mr. Saunders, and I've also heard don't do unto others what you would not like them to do to you. I'm going to be making my living here for a long, long time to come. Well, if that's your last word, then good luck to you. Thanks for the help. Sorry you didn't make any money for your trouble. There will be other deals. Goodbye, Mr. Saunders. Livermore walked out. The next day, Saunders did exactly what he said he was going to do. He demanded delivery of all stock that was on loan to cover the short positions. In hours, the stock spiked from $70 to $124. But a mysterious rumor had started on the street, from an unknown source, that Saunders had cornered the stock. This was against the new stock exchange rules. The rumor reached the Board of Governors, which stepped in that afternoon and suspended trading in Piggly Wiggly. The stock fell like a stone to 82 as the rumor was proven true. Livermore's friends were home free and safe. Saunders later went bust. But he never stopped talking about how he had held stock market victory in his hands, only to be screwed royally by that swindler Livermore and his bastard friends. Livermore was always a mystery to the press. He would never confirm or specifically deny the rumors that followed his trades. He was supposed to have lost $8.5 million in Mexican petroleum, Mexican Pete, by being on the short side of a runaway bull market in the stock. The stock advanced a non-stop 75 points and reportedly caught a lot of investors on the wrong side of the market. Livermore was rumored to be included. Gentlemen, I will neither confirm nor deny the things you have asked me about Mexican Pete, he said to the New York Times on June 29, 1922. Why is that, sir? One reporter asked. Because I don't want to spoil a good joke. Go ahead and spoil it, Mr. Livermore. Tell us what happened. We heard you lost $8.5 million for yourself and your friends, and you made a private settlement to get out of the trap you found yourself in. No, I'm having too much fun to spoil this joke. I'm enjoying myself too much to bother you with the facts. Livermore smiled. Look, fellas, you printed that the stock got away from me on the upside on the day that I was attending Lillian Russell's memorial services at the Hippodrome. I did not attend those services, and on that day I left the office at 5 o'clock. I have witnesses to prove it, which I had already told you yesterday, but you printed what you wanted anyway. Just tell us about Mexican Pete and the beating you took, Mr. Livermore, the Times reporter said. You printed that I made a settlement with the Mexican Pete Group to cover my shorts at $225 a share. You were told this by a certain stock exchange house. At that very time, 4 in the afternoon, when I was supposed to be making that settlement with my lawyer, with my friend Mr. Eldoheny present, I was actually up in Poughkeepsie watching the boat races. I have witnesses to confirm that also. So you're denying this then? A reporter yelled. What I have told you is enough to give anyone sane an opportunity to draw their own conclusions as to whether I was the one caught short of Mexican petroleum. But I have to say this in addition. If I did happen to be the one caught short of Mexican petroleum, I would have taken my licking in the market and bought back the stock to cover my position, no matter what the price was. Gentlemen, I have never made a private settlement in my life, nor will I. What about the story published yesterday that you got caught short with 100,000 shares, Mr. Livermore? The reporter who wrote that story must have been inexperienced in the ways of Wall Street. At least, he should have given me the sense not to go short almost the entire floating supply of Mexican petroleum shares. If that reporter had really known how much stock of Mexican Pete I purchased on the afternoon I was supposed to be at the Hippodrome, such ridiculous stories would not gain circulation. All through the 1920s, stories like this appeared in the press. Livermore helped sell a lot of newspapers, even though he tried to avoid publicity. It only made the press more insatiable to know about him. One story that was never disclosed by the press shocked his son Paul. He had asked his father to tell him a story that no one else knew. All right, son. After the Great War ended in 1918, before you were born, I felt that cotton would fall in price on a short-term basis because the military demand would cease to exist. But I also thought the demand would pick up again later as the nation got back on its feet. So in 1919, quietly in secret, using hundreds of brokers, I started buying cotton. The price fell as I had expected, and over about an 18-month period I realized that I had almost secured a full corner on cotton. I had bought almost every single bale of cotton. This fact did not escape the eyes of the U.S. government. As soon as I had my full position, I got a call from the Secretary of Agriculture to immediately come to Washington and meet with President Wilson. I took the train to Washington and went straight to the White House, where the Secretary and the President were waiting. I was ushered in directly to see the President. After greetings were exchanged, President Wilson began, "Mr. Livermore, it has come to our attention that you have cornered the Chicago cotton futures market." "Is that true?" "Yes, Mr. President," I said. "Now we know what a smart fellow you are, and the price of cotton is nice and low now, and you have properly figured out that the projections for cotton demand in the next little while is high as the nation comes back from war and prosperity begins in earnest." "Yes, Mr. President," I said. We know you understand about inflation, Mr. Livermore, and with you having a corner on cotton, you can pretty much name your price as the demand grows, the Secretary of Agriculture said. And we don't want inflation, Mr. Livermore. Higher prices in something as important as the cotton market will be very bad while the nation is trying to get on its feet, don't you think? The president added. Yes, sir, I said. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Livermore, a question that has my full interest. Yes, sir, I said and waited. Why? Why did you corner the cotton market? To see if I could, Mr. President. You cornered the entire United States cotton market to see if you could, Mr. Livermore, the Secretary of Agriculture blurted. Yes, sir. It got out of hand a little at first, and then I wanted to see if I could do it, that's all. Well, Mr. Livermore, what would it take for you to undo it before the other traders really find out what's happened here and start to drive up the price? The president asked. Nothing, sir. Just you asking me here today that will do it. How will you do it? The secretary asked. I'll sell it just like I bought it, in an orderly way, and I will sell only for what I basically paid for it. I'm not interested in anything that will hurt the country. We shook hands and I lived up to my promise, but I always have to smile when I think of this story. Nobody except the Secretary of Agriculture and the President and myself ever knew about what had happened. And now you too, son. It was in the 1920s that Livermore acquired his gun collection. Firearms had always fascinated him. He built a shooting range at Livermore after the house had been finished. The shooting range was down on the beach level. He excavated a long corridor, beginning at the ledge where the beach ended and the rolling lawns began. About 6 feet high, it ran 100 feet and divided into a Y. The sides were supported with timbers, and at the end of the shooting alley was a wall of heavy wood, then sand, then a 1-inch thick steel sheet to stop the bullets. He had a large collection of handguns, shotguns, and rifles, and he spent lots of time with Dorothy and the boys, teaching them about firearms. Paul, an expert marksman, could field strip a .45 automatic and reassemble it in minutes when he was 11 years old. Jesse Jr. and Mousie were also crack shots. Livermore kept his handguns locked up in the library, along with his extensive collection of high-powered rifles and shotguns. Livermore often hunted in the woods surrounding his home in Lake Placid. He also had a large collection of classic Purdy shotguns, made for him in England, for bird shooting. Livermore also built a skeet range that fired clay pigeons off into Long Island Sound. He often shot skeet for $5 a bird, sometimes shooting from the hip, blasting the clay pigeons into smithereens. Dorothy was also a great shot, especially with a rifle. She could give anyone a run for their money on the shooting range. She had no fear of guns. One day the boys went into the library and the downstairs gunroom and counted the guns. There were 405 guns of one kind or another in the house. Livermore told his boys the shooting range helped him relax. Livermore had constant stress to deal with in the markets. Livermore had direct wires from his offices to more than 50 brokerage firms. In 1923, he ran a pool that he later regretted, Mammoth Oil, which was involved in the Teapot Dome scandal. 2 close associates, L. Doheny and Harry F. Sinclair, came to Livermore in October 1922. They wanted to distribute 151,000 shares of stock to the public at $40 a share. They wanted Livermore to engineer the distribution and at the same time try to run an orderly market in the stock. Mammoth was a Sinclair oil subsidiary that had received profitable oil leases from the U.S. Navy through, as it was later disclosed, the direct help of Albert Fall, the Secretary of the Interior. The Mammoth issue was immediately oversubscribed once the public heard that Livermore was running the stock. The first day, sales opened with 8,000 shares at $43 a share. The day ended with total sales of 40,000 shares, with a closing price of $40.75. The sale of stock went well, and the 151,000 shares were sold to the public within 3 days. But on February 16, 1924, the Teapot Dome scandal broke. The scandal rocked the market. The price of Mammoth Oil fell like a stone. Livermore was in Palm Beach at the breakers when the news hit. He had been there since December 28, 1923. Traveling with him was his private telegraph operator. He had traveled to Palm Beach in his own private railway car. The car was opulent with 3 bedrooms, a galley, and a large living and dining area. The boys each had their own nanas, who traveled in the train's regular sleeper cars, as did the chef and the butler. Livermore always kept the car at the ready in the New York train yards. When he was in Palm Beach, the railway car was kept in the Miami train yards. He also used it when he traveled to his home in Lake Placid, or when he went to Chicago to visit the grain pits during heavy speculation. The Teapot Dome scandal involved 2 cabinet members, Secretary Fall of the Interior Department and Secretary Denby of the Navy. It was an elaborate scam. Naval oil properties had been transferred to the Interior Department. Naval coal lands in Alaska were to be transferred in the same way. After a suitable passage of time, the Interior Department, headed by Secretary Fall, would then lease them under very favorable conditions to private enterprises, including Mammoth Oil. President Coolidge's entire administration was placed in jeopardy. Correspondence and other documentation clearly proved the fraud charges. Mammoth plunged on the news, and then the entire market followed. Livermore had already sold out his Mammoth Oil and was a bear at the time of the scandal. He had shorted a number of other stocks. But he was named as a fringe player in the scandal and was placed under federal court subpoena. On February 16, 1924, the New York Times eagerly covered the story. Every day that passes brings out some new sensational development in regard to the oil hearing. This has undermined the confidence of a lot of people in the stock market. If this investigation fever of senators and congressmen keeps up and branches out into investigation of other matters, it is going to disturb confidence in a great deal more. I think it is very foolish trying to be an optimist on the stock market at the present time. The Times went on the next day to report, the speculatively inclined accepted the message of Jesse Livermore's as gospel yesterday and at once turned into bears. The decline was under full speed at noon and every class of shares was affected. The scandal had erupted. Livermore remained in Palm Beach and eluded the subpoena for a while, but was eventually called before a congressional committee. He gave his testimony and was not bothered again. It was not as easy for Doheny and Sinclair, who were both indicted for bribery. Sinclair was ultimately sentenced to 9 months in prison, while Doheny was acquitted of all charges. Fall was convicted of bribery. He was the first U.S. cabinet member ever to go to jail. Livermore's final comment to the press on the matter was, in the future, men of higher caliber should be sent to Washington. This country is a business nation, and it should have at the head of its various governmental branches the most successful businessmen in the country. Livermore was later accused of trying to manipulate the press in order to effect the steep downward decline of the market during the scandal. His response was published in the March 8, 1924, edition of the New York Times. Mr. Jesse Livermore has offered a reward of $25,000 for proof that he had sent or contemplated any of the messages referred to in the various rumors about him trying to affect the market. More rumors started flying, and Livermore sent a wire to the press from the breakers in Palm Beach. I emphatically deny the rumor which was so industriously spread throughout the country that I was to issue a statement of some kind this afternoon. I have sent no messages or wires, nor have I made any private statement to anyone. Therefore, the rumor that was started yesterday was started by some unscrupulous person or persons. 3 weeks ago, on February 14, I received requests from 2 brokers and 1 prominent capitalist asking me my personal opinion on the immediate future of the stock market. I sent them a short and concise statement of my views, and stated at that time it was a confidential message meant only for them personally. Someone, without my permission, gave the message out, and it was sent broadcast over a number of private wires and later carried by the newspapers. Having had the confidence of a personal and private message betrayed, there will be no more personal messages sent or given by me to anyone. Livermore was becoming an expert in handling the press and using it to his benefit. His mysterious and secretive ways on Wall Street only increased allure, mystery, and fascination, fueling the fires of public curiosity and selling more newspapers. The last issue he ran was the initial public offering of the DeForest Radio Company. The issue, 75,000 shares, was offered on November 8, 1924, at $21 a share. The offering was tremendously oversubscribed and later was listed on the New York curb market. In 1924, Wall Street was on fire with the introduction of commercial radio, and the DeForest issue was timed perfectly to coincide with the overheated demand for any high-technology radio stock. The issue later went bankrupt. In the meantime, Livermore was enjoying himself at his beloved Palm Beach. His yacht was moored there, and he was ready for some big game fishing. In January 1925, he took his boat and 6 guests down to the Florida Keys. In the Keys, Livermore hooked into a big shark. He fought the fish, strapped in the fighting chair, for 55 minutes. The rod suddenly went wild as he released his grip and fainted in the chair. The captain and crew carried him to his stateroom. He was confined to his stateroom for 3 days, recovering. But it did not upset the fishing. The total catch was reported as 256 fish, along with a giant stingray, which was harpooned in the Gulf Stream. The stingray towed the boat for 5 miles before it was brought alongside. It weighed 590 pounds and had a spread of 22 feet. It measured 30 feet from the head to the end of the stinger. But life wasn't all fun. There was always a threat in the air for those who were famous for their enormous wealth. On March 15, 1925, Mrs. Louis Goldstein, wife of an assistant district attorney for Kings County, was sitting on the porch of the Breakers Hotel dozing. It was raining heavily. She was awakened by the raised voices of 2 men in a heated discussion. "What would $1 million be to him?" one of the men asked. "Why, he makes that much in a single speculation on the stock market. We could take the older boy, Jesse Jr., for instance. He's a high-spirited youngster and runs around all the time by himself. It would be the easiest thing in the world to grab a hold of him." Mrs. Goldstein, now fully awake, got up from her seat. She knew Livermore, and she knew these men were referring to him and his son. She walked over to the 2 men on the porch so she could have a good look at their faces. The 2 men looked up at her and then looked away, pulling up their collars and pulling down their hats. They rose from their chairs and hurriedly walked off the porch into the pouring rain. Mrs. Goldstein immediately reported the conversation to Livermore, and he, at once, sent a wire to New York to have a detective sent to Palm Beach to stay with the boys for the rest of the season. But the detective never got to Palm Beach. On March 18, Dake and the boys were returning from a car trip to the Everglades in the Rolls. Dake was driving, and the boys were sitting up front with him. He saw the smoke first as they approached the breakers. Huge dark clouds of smoke were enveloping the far end of the hotel. Dake parked the car and walked to the expansive front lawn to watch the fire with the boys. Dorothy was in the crowd and ran to the boys. "Oh, thank God you were out in the car with Harry. But our end of the hotel isn't even burning yet," Jesse Jr. said. "It will," Dake said. Just then Livermore arrived. He had been down on the yacht with the crew getting ready for a cruise to the Florida Keys. "What happened?" he asked. "This place was a fire trap at best, JL. Old dried-out wood baking in the tropics. An accident waiting to happen." "JL, I hope our luggage will be all right. I had it packed for the cruise." "We can always buy more luggage, Mousie," he said. "But our initials are on all the pieces and they all match so nice." They each had 12 pieces of Louis Vuitton hand-crafted monogrammed luggage. "I asked the bell captain to try," Dorothy continued. "Try what?" Livermore asked. "To go back and try to save them," Dorothy answered. "JL, look at that." Dake pointed to the corner where they had their suite of rooms. "Look up at those windows, I can't believe it." Luggage was showering out through the 4th-floor window. When it landed on the lawn, it was picked up by a crew of bellhops who carried it away from the fire toward the beach. "Mousie, I think that's our luggage. I'm dumbfounded," Livermore said. "Mousie, you stay with the boys while Harry and I go see if we can help." The 2 men ran toward that corner of the building. They got there as the bellhops were stacking up the last of the 24 pieces on the beach. Dake got there first and inspected the luggage. "This is incredible. This luggage falls for stories, bounces on the grass, gets kicked and piled up in the sand, and there isn't a mark on it." Livermore examined the luggage. "You're right, Harry. It's amazing that Mousy would ask them to go back into the fire and that they would actually do it, and it's amazing that the luggage survived. Without a scratch or a dent, you ought to buy this Louis Vuitton stock, Livermore smiled. I think I might buy it, Harry, but there's one problem. What's that, JL? The stuff never wears out or breaks, no repeat sales. They laughed and gave Dorothy the high sign that everything was fine. The Breakers was rebuilt in record time, just 1 year. Schultz and Weaver, the same firm that had designed the Waldorf Astoria in New York and the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables, designed the new and improved Breakers Hotel. By 1927, many people considered this new Breakers to be the finest resort in the United States. The Livermores agreed and rented a suite of rooms well in advance of the new hotel's opening. It was an active spring for Livermore. On April 9, 1925, he was injured at his mansion in Kings Point. He was inspecting a newly constructed wing of the mansion when he walked into a dimly lit staircase and fell 20 feet. He was placed in his limousine and sped to his house at 8 West 76th Street in Manhattan. Physicians were summoned to the house, where they diagnosed him as having a broken right arm and some broken ribs. This diagnosis was confirmed by X-ray, and he was confined to his home. Livermore did not trade in stocks again until August 25, 1925. He conducted business from his Lake Placid home. Rumors circulated that he was long 50,000 shares of U.S. Steel and held an important position in White Motors. Livermore refused to confirm these rumors. On October 27, 1927, Livermore bought a new apartment in New York at 825 Fifth Avenue, between 63rd and 64th Streets. This would become his New York residence. Dorothy was thrilled with the new apartment, and along with her mother, as always, she spent great time, effort, and money in decorating their new home. Chapter 9. Boston Billy. I find all this money is a considerable burden. John Paul Getty, Jr. On Sunday, May 29, 1927, Arthur Barry, James F. Monahan, known as Boston Billy, Eddie Kane, former chauffeur for Livermore, and Anna Blake, an attractive young woman with bobbed blonde hair who was Barry's girlfriend, sat around a midnight campfire at Evermore, the Livermore estate. The full details of the dramatic events that followed during the next several hours were subsequently covered by both the New York Times and the Daily News from May 31, 1927, until December 27, 1929. The men were settled on their haunches in a patch of open land under a big oak tree. Blake sat on the grass. They could see the shimmering, moonlit water in front of them and the long pier where the Chris craft was tied up. The Livermore yacht sat anchored in deep water, about 100 yards off the pier. To their left, they could see the massive house through the forest. They were waiting for the lights to go out. They knew there was a dinner party going on. They even knew who the guests were: millionaire silk merchant Harry Aronson and his wife, close friends of the Livermores, who had come from New York on the yacht for the weekend. Kane, Livermore's former chauffeur, had informed Monahan about the small dinner party and the layout of the Livermore mansion. Barry and Monahan were dressed in dark gray business suits, shirts, ties, and fedora hats. They were clean-shaven and about 25 years old. Livermore was later to comment that they looked more like Wall Street clerks than burglars. Barry was muscular and brawny. Monahan was of average size and weight, about 5'10" and 160 pounds, but he was the fiercer of the two. They sat around the campfire roasting hot dogs. They had even brought a little picnic bag with buns and drinks in it. They chatted calmly as they waited for the clock to reach 3:30 a.m. "So, the safe may have up to $1 million in jewelry?" Barry asked. "Yeah, that's right. This guy Livermore is crazy about his wife and has given her millions in jewels," Kane said. "They're all from Harry Winston and Van Cleef and Arpels, first quality, easy to take out of the settings." "Easy to fence," Monahan said, biting into his hot dog, sipping from a bottle of beer. Kane continued, "Word is that Livermore has such a fear of going broke because he's been broke before that he gave his old lady the jewelry so's if he busted out again, he could take the jewel stash back and hock it for at least a cool $1 million. The jewels are his stake to start over. Rumor is that he has actually done it, hocked him, on occasion with that big-shot jeweler Harry Winston who made him in the first place." High-class hock shop. Buy the jewels for your wife, then hock 'em back to the jeweler. Pretty nifty, these rich folks, but they're just like everybody else when they get in trouble. They take back their gifts and hock 'em, Blake said. You know from experience, huh, Anna? Monahan said. Shut your face, Billy, Barry said. How do you know all this, Eddie? Hey, the house slaves get to know everything about their masters. Don't you know that? Yeah, I heard of that, Monahan said. This ain't my first job. The gang had stolen an expensive canary yellow Chrysler Roadster from the garage of Walter Roessler, one of Livermore's neighbors. Roessler himself had borrowed the car for the day from his friend George Owens. It was a high-profile, well-known car in Great Neck. They had hidden it off the road near the entrance to the Livermore estate. They watched over their campfire as all the lights went out in the mansion. Hours later, at 3:45 in the dark morning, they watched the embers of their campfire sizzle and die as they poured the last of the beer on it. Barry and Monahan stood, straightened their ties, adjusted their fedoras, and headed for the mansion. Kane and Blake also stood. Monahan picked up his ladder, which was leaning against a tree. It was about 4 feet long and 2 feet wide. It was a metal ladder that could be broken down into 5 4-foot sections and easily reassembled to its full length of 20 feet. The ladder had been designed by Monahan and custom built for him. He had used the ladder on other second-story jobs. Boston Billy always left the ladder behind him after a job, as his signature. They walked to the solarium, which they knew was just under the master bedroom. Monahan opened the metal ladder and locked each section in place. Quietly, they placed the ladder against the building and made their ascent. Later, one of Blake's footprints would be discovered in the soft earth around the flower bed. Barry and Monahan made the ascent onto the balcony. Monahan took out a butcher knife and quietly popped the brass clasp, and they entered the hallway that led to the anteroom of the Livermore's master bedroom. The butcher knife would later be found discarded among the shrubbery. Kane and Blake returned to the hidden getaway car to wait for the pickup signal. Dorothy Livermore lay in bed awake. She had heard a noise. She poked her husband in the ribs. JL, did you hear something? No, Mousie, now go back to sleep. I'm sure I heard something, listen. They both listened and both heard a noise. I'm getting up to see what's happening, she said. I'll get the gun. Dorothy left the bed and slipped on her robe. She entered the hall that led to their massive closets and to their individual bathrooms. A dark figure wearing a hat and carrying a gun stood in black silhouette in the hallway. Can I help you? She calmly asked Barry. Probably. Probably you can help me. Go back into your room and tell your husband to stay in bed. Dorothy did as she was told. Livermore sat on the edge of the bed. He gently lifted the telephone receiver from the hook and placed the open phone on the table, hoping the operator would hear what was going on. I think you should just take what you want and leave, Dorothy said to the stick-up men. I have my 2 little sons asleep in this house and I don't want them hurt. They won't be hurt, just sit yourselves down and remain calm, Barry said. Where are your guests sleeping? Monahan asked. Down the hall, 4th door on the left, Dorothy said. I'm going down there. You keep these 2 here, Monahan said. He walked down the hall, entered the room, and woke the Aronsons. He placed the muzzle of his gun against Mrs. Aronson's temple. Now, sir, give me that platinum wristwatch you're wearing, that star sapphire ring, and get up and go over to the dresser and give me the pearl stickpin and the cash that's laying on the dresser. Aronson did as he was told. Monahan counted the money. There was $200. He stripped out 2 $1 bills. Here, use this to take a cab home, he said, handing the cash to Aronson. Now, if you value your life and Mr. and Mrs. Livermore's life, you will lie here until they come to get you. Monahan walked back to the master bedroom and joined Barry. I hope you didn't hurt our guests, Dorothy said. No, your guests are fine, just fine. I even left them $2 for a cab ride home. $2. They live in the city, Dorothy said. The men laughed, even Livermore. Well, they can take a cab to the train station, can't they? Monahan said, smiling. Let's see your hand. Barry held the barrel of his pistol against her arm while Monahan slipped a beautiful blue sapphire ring off her finger. Monahan then went to Livermore, took a similar ring off his finger and said, Hey, almost a matching pair, how sweet. Oh, please don't take those, they were Christmas presents. Monahan looked at the rings and sighed, then looked back at Dorothy, who was crying. I beg your pardon then, ma'am, he said, and handed back the 2 rings worth more than $15,000. Monahan continued, We're more interested in what's in the safe. Open it, Mr. Livermore. There's nothing in it, he said. We'll just take a look anyway, Barry added, still holding the gun on Dorothy. I can't see the combination without my glasses, Livermore said. Where are your glasses? Monahan said. In the dressing room. Take me there, Monahan said, putting his gun against Livermore's shoulder. He escorted Livermore into the dressing room and they emerged with the glasses. The thief walked Livermore directly over to the portrait that was hung in front of the hidden safe. He swung the portrait clear. Open it. Livermore slipped on his spectacles and attempted to open it, but his hands trembled so badly that he was unable to work the combination. I can't seem to work it, he said. Step aside, sir, Monahan commanded. I'll fix it. Wait a minute. He left and vanished down the ladder for a bag of burglary tools. In seconds he was back. With a hammer and chisel he popped the safe like it was a child's toy. He took out a few papers and cast them aside in disgust. That's it, just these worthless papers. That's all there is, Dorothy cried. Now take what you have and leave, please. The thieves quickly went through the bedroom and the dressing rooms. There were jewels scattered everywhere. They gathered up a pearl necklace worth $80,000 and a sapphire and diamond ring of Dorothy's worth $15,000. They already had the $200 in cash taken from Aronson, a pearl stickpin valued at $2,000, and a square diamond ring worth $1,000. The Livermore jewels were properly appraised and insured for 80% of their value. The thieves left behind over $20,000 in sapphires that were lying on the dressing table. They also ignored Livermore's gold cuff links and diamond studs. They discussed the jewels as they gathered them, describing them and estimating their value as they dropped them into a bag. In all, they were in the house for almost an hour, taking their time chatting and examining the rooms. The police were later to comment that in most such robberies, the thieves would be in and out in less than 10 minutes. The thieves exited down the steel ladder and trotted to the end of the driveway, where Blake and Kane were waiting in the Chrysler Roadster. They jumped into the car and raced toward the Manhasset railway station. Mrs. John Jernan, who lived near the railway stop, observed the men and the woman between 5:30 and 5:45 a.m. on Sunday. She watched the group from her window. She told the New York Daily News on May 31, 1927, I was unable to sleep and was awake early Sunday, and I heard an automobile and looked out. I saw a canary-colored Chrysler automobile with 3 men and a blonde girl. Her hair was short. She wore a sport coat and no hat. She appeared young, about 18. Because of the early hour, I wondered what the girl was doing out with 3 men. I watched them drive toward the railroad station, stop the car, and get out. They walked in the direction of the station, disappearing from my view. Mrs. Jernan had good powers of observation. I didn't hear a train come through, but then I wasn't listening particularly. In fact, I went back to bed and to sleep. I knew it was the car that was taken from Walter Roessler's garage, the car that belonged to George Owens, because later in the day, after the police found the car, I saw the owner come and drive it away. What Mrs. Jernan could not see was the gang stealing a taxicab and driving it into New York City, where they abandoned it. On Monday, nerves shattered by the robbery, the Aronsons beat a hasty retreat to New York. They had planned to remain over Memorial Day but changed their minds. Livermore provided his rolls to take them into the city. Dorothy was not inclined to have her holiday spoiled. She called some friends in New York, and by noon, 6 guests, plus the Livermore children and their nannies, boarded the Livermore's palatial yacht. The yacht was fully provisioned. They left from the private pier behind the estate without leaving word when they would return. Meanwhile, Percy G. Rockefeller, who had been robbed of $19,000 at dinner during a previous Boston Billy burglary, had engaged the Burns Detective Agency to investigate independently of the police. On the news of the Livermore robbery, Burns immediately sent down a detective, Michael Rincones, who was joined by detectives Paul Crowley and Jesse Mayforth of the Nassau County Police Department. All 3 men were heavily armed and on patrol at the Livermore estate. Captain of Detectives Harold R. King of the Nassau County Police Department was named the lead investigator in charge of the case. There had been a string of other such robberies on Long Island and in New York. The police suspected the Boston Billy gang of having stolen over $1 million in jewels and cash over the prior 3 years. The gang was suspected in the robberies of Percy G. Rockefeller of Greenwich, Connecticut, William Durant of Deal, New Jersey, the largest shareholder of General Motors, Joshua E. Costin of Port Washington, Long Island, who was robbed during the Prince of Wales's visit, and several other wealthy and powerful people. Livermore found out from the police why removing the telephone from the cradle did no good. The switch on the telephone was set on intercom, so it would only connect to the other phones in the house, and all the servants were asleep. On Wednesday, June 1, Livermore read his mail. The postmark was Brooklyn. "We are coming to see you again tonight, and we are coming to see you on business." Signed, the gentlemen robbers. The letter was written in pencil. That evening, a servant answered the phone. A man's voice was on the other end. "Is Mr. Livermore in?" the man asked. "No," the servant replied. "Tell Mr. Livermore that it would be a serious matter if he didn't heed the warning we gave him." After reviewing the letter, Captain King sent 4 plainclothes officers to the Livermore estate for security. Livermore also had his own private detectives on the job. On June 5, 6 days after the Livermore robbery, the police got a break. The Nassau County Police Department got a phone tip that a suspect in the Livermore robbery was on an eastbound train due at Ronkonkoma at 7:13 p.m. Ronkonkoma was 50 miles from Pennsylvania Station on the main line of the Long Island Railroad, at the end of the Long Island Motor Parkway. The train pulled into the station at Ronkonkoma on time. Waiting were 3 Nassau County detectives, led by Captain King, and 1 Suffolk County detective. They were waiting on the platform for the passengers. Arthur Barry and Anna Blake exited the train. The detectives moved in, walking quickly up to the couple. When Barry spotted the 4 detectives, he reached for his hip, as if to draw his gun. He then bolted and ran back on the train. Blake stayed on the platform. One of the detectives moved in on her. The 3 other detectives drew their guns and followed after Barry, racing down the aisles of the train, from car to car in a wild chase. They finally boxed him into a corner. Guns drawn and pointed, Captain King shouted, "Give up now, or you're dead." Barry surrendered. Meanwhile, on the platform, the detective moved in on Blake as she tried to dispose of a small pasteboard box. The detective ripped the box out of her hands and cuffed her. Inside the box was stolen jewelry worth $15,000. The detectives hurried the captured suspects into the car they had driven from Mineola, Long Island, and sped off, headed for Blake's home. The wild chase and gunplay had caused the passengers and the station agent to believe that the detectives, who were in plain clothes, were really robbers who had attacked and kidnapped a couple of innocent passengers. The passengers alerted the station agent, who immediately called the Suffolk and Nassau County Police and informed them that a robbery and kidnapping had taken place on the train station platform at Ronkonkoma. He described it as an old-time, Wild West-style train robbery and kidnapping. Believing the report, the Suffolk and Nassau County Police put out a general alarm for a Ford or a Chevy with New York license plates 2Z33. The alarm was called off when the license plate checked out to be issued to the Nassau County District Attorney's office. Meanwhile, the detectives were quickly taken to Blake's home, where they also arrested Barry's brother. The next day, June 6, in a room on the top floor of the Nassau County Courthouse at Mineola, Arthur Barry signed a confession that he and his associate, whom he knew as Bill or Earl Boston Billy Williams, committed the $100,000 robbery on the Livermore estate the previous week. Barry had cut a deal with Nassau County District Attorney Elvin Edwards. Edwards had promised that in return for making a clean breast of the whole story, he would free Barry's companion, Blake, and his brother William Barry, and he would drop all charges against them, since Barry insisted they had nothing to do with any crimes he was involved in. After Barry signed his confession, a group of detectives headed for New York. They raided a rooming house on the west side of Manhattan, near Central Park, just missing Boston Billy Monahan by minutes. Barry had provided the address as part of his plea agreement. Jesse and Dorothy Livermore were brought into the district attorney's office in Mineola soon after the confession was signed. They were unable to recognize Barry as one of the burglars since it was dark at the time of the robbery. But the incidents that surrounded the robbery and the circumstances of Barry's arrest convinced them that he was one of the robbers. For instance, Barry reminded Dorothy that when she had asked him for a cigarette, he gave her one and lit it for her, and that he had returned her sapphire pinky ring when she asked him not to steal it and had said, "I hope it brings you luck." The police were also able to identify an $800 wristwatch that had been stolen from a residence in Rumson, New Jersey. This was the first tie-in with a string of reported burglaries. In his confession, Barry said that he had met Monahan at the Pennsylvania station, and that Monahan had shown him a newspaper article reporting that the Livermores would have guests at a party that night. They rode to the Great Neck station and walked to the Livermore estate. Barry explained, "I went into this scheme with Billy to rob this place, and I knew it was contrary to law. I was sincerely sorry after I found out that Mr. and Mrs. Livermore were such good sports under the stress of the circumstances, but I still went through with the job." Barry went on to explain that they had found the Chrysler Roadster at a neighbor's house and stolen it. He explained that they drove to the Great Neck train station and just missed the train, so they commandeered an overland taxicab that was standing empty at the station and drove to the outskirts of New York City, where they abandoned it. The police checked Barry's prints and came up with warrants for his arrest in Massachusetts and Connecticut. They also discovered that he was charged in Scarsdale, New York, with the 1923 murder of Patrol Sergeant John Harrison, but Barry insisted that a companion had done the actual shooting, and the charges were dropped to assault. He was sentenced to 3 months, but couldn't stand it in jail. He escaped with only 15 days left to serve in his sentence. A friend had smuggled a saw into the jail. The press described Blake as an attractive blonde about 35 years old, a little over 5 feet tall, and dressed in a black silk coat over an unusually long black dress, topped off by a close-fitting black hat with gold embroidery. She and William Barry were not charged, as agreed in the plea bargain. The police got deep into the information given to them by Barry and were astounded as the number of robberies he disclosed kept increasing, from 8 to 15 to 22 homes. The list of people robbed read like the Social Register: Percy G. Rockefeller, William Durant of General Motors, F.W. Wheeler, head of the American Ken Company, Alfred Beraljamer, head of the Eagle Pencil Company, and Colonel John C. Stillwell, retired. It also surfaced that the only one who could have provided inside information about the Livermore estate was the former chauffeur, Eddie Kane. A warrant was drawn for his arrest. At this point, the police finally revealed how they had tracked down Barry and Blake. They had received 2 anonymous telephone calls, which they traced to a payphone in the Bronx, one on Tuesday night and one on Wednesday night before the arrest on Sunday. The caller did not identify himself. He told the Nassau County Police of a split in the gang over the division of the spoils in the Livermore robbery, including the information that one of the gang members had been hit over the head with an iron rod during a fight. The caller gave Barry's name and revealed the time and destination of their train. He also provided descriptions of Barry and Blake. Barry was questioned further on the murder of Sergeant Harrison. He claimed it was Monahan who had committed the murder. This enraged Monahan when he read about it in the papers, and he actually sent a handwritten letter to the New York Times. He described Barry as a lying rat who would send his own brother to the chair. Monahan also claimed that he had proof that Barry had killed Sergeant Harrison. The number of robberies continued to climb. Barry took the police on a tour of 22 houses in Westchester County alone, where he and Monahan had looted over $500,000, mostly in jewelry. In one of the houses in Rye, Mr. Murray, the victim, said to Barry, "I want to thank you for the gentlemanly way in which you robbed me. Do you remember what you did with the college pins that were in the loot?" Barry pointed to a place in the grass by some bushes and said, "We threw them there. They were worthless to us." When the police left, Murray was on his hands and knees looking for the pins in the grass. The cops took Barry up to Scarsdale, where he reenacted the details of the murder of Officer Harrison. Monahan was described as a gunman, a hard drinker, and a great ladies' man. The final tally for all the burglaries grew to $2 million over a 3-year period. On July 6, Barry was sentenced to 25 years in prison at hard labor. He looked down at his smooth, white hands and smiled a grim, resolute smile when he was sentenced. Blake ran up to him, threw her arms around him, and kissed him hard on the mouth, slipping a roll of bills into his hands for his prison expenses. As he was hauled off, she collapsed in tears. Barry blamed Monahan for ratting him out. He said he was just about to sail to Europe and a new life with Blake when he was arrested. On July 7, Detective Gordon Hurley of the Nassau County Police waited at the back door of a bungalow in Soundview, Connecticut. Detective Charles Sheraton of the Burns Agency stood by the front door. Sheraton had been retained by Percy G. Rockefeller after he had been robbed at gunpoint. Sheraton had been on Monahan's trail for 7 months now. He had just missed Monahan on several occasions. He was not going to miss him again. On a prearranged signal, they broke the front door open. Monahan was inside. He sprang for his gun and ran through the house for the back door. Detective Hurley stood in the rear doorway and calmly shot Monahan through the leg as he dodged from side to side in the hallway. Monahan collapsed in a heap and screamed in pain. He was taken to Memorial Associated Hospital, where he received treatment. In the hospital, Monahan admitted to several robberies, but not the Livermore robbery. He also denied killing Scarsdale Patrol Sergeant Harrison, as his former partner Barry had claimed. After his arrest, Monahan told the police that he was an avid reader of the Society News. This gave him his leads. He would find out what families were giving dinners when they were giving them and who the guests were going to be. Eyewitnesses later confirmed that it was Monahan who had robbed their houses. His mother, Mary Monahan, came to visit him in jail. She broke down and wept when they met. She said, "I hope you will come out of it all right, my son." He replied, "Well, Ma, we'll wait and see. I've got a good lawyer." Later she told reporters, "He may be a criminal, but I still love him," she cried. "I trust in God to bring him through. I will stand by him, and he can have my last dollar if he needs it." The next day, they brought Barry in from Sing Sing prison to testify against Monahan before a grand jury. Barry persisted in his accusation that Monahan had killed the Scarsdale police sergeant. But Monahan accused Barry of the killing, saying Barry is only trying to blame me so he can get himself into the clear. Nassau County District Attorney Edwards decided to ask the Nassau County Grand Jury to indict James Monahan, alias Boston Billy, as a fourth offender under the Baum's laws, which would mean life imprisonment without parole for Monahan, if convicted. Monahan had 3 prior felony convictions in Massachusetts and was wanted on a fugitive warrant for escaping from prison. On July 21, a check of the spoons used by prisoners revealed that one was missing. Monahan's cell was searched, and the guards found a spoon filed down into a device that could be used to pick a lock. The Nassau County Sheriff immediately ordered that Monahan be placed in solitary confinement. Monahan resisted violently. He was finally subdued. He screamed, "I'll go crazy in solitary. Let me out of this dump." "If he gets any worse," Sheriff Stronson said, "I'll put him in a straitjacket." The next day, while locked in solitary, Monahan set fire to his mattress. The sheriff then placed a guard outside his cell. The day his trial was to begin, July 29, Monahan pleaded guilty to the charges of burglary. The charge of killing Scarsdale Patrol Sergeant Harrison was dropped. Monahan received a 50-year sentence. As he entered the courtroom for sentencing, he was heard saying, "Well, here I am. I'll get life, I suppose, but I'll be out soon." His escape threat was taken seriously. He was taken to Sing Sing prison under heavy guard, right up until the prison ferry picked him up at College Point. On the way there, Monahan again vowed to Sheriff Stronson that he would escape from prison. On January 6, 1929, Nassau County detectives brought in Eddie Kane, the former chauffeur involved in the Livermore robbery, from Kenosha, Wisconsin, after a 2-year search. On January 7, Kane pleaded guilty. On May 22, Kane was sentenced to 3.5 to 5 years in a state penitentiary. Both Dorothy and Jesse Livermore were shocked to find out that Kane had aided the robbers. They refused to believe he was involved until he finally confessed to the crime. The report of the possible plot to kidnap his children in Palm Beach in March 1925, and the 1927 robbery by the Boston Billy Gang, as well as the gang's subsequent threats and the long pursuit of the robbers, left Livermore badly depressed and very protective of his family. But it did not stop the irrepressible Dorothy from throwing grand parties whenever the spirit moved her. Chapter 10. The Crash of 1929. There is nothing unique about the crash of '29. It is something that happens about every 20 to 30 years because that is the length of the financial memory. It is about the length of time needed for a new set of suckers to come in and imagine that they have a new and wonderful fix on the future. John Kenneth Galbraith. The Great Crash of 1929. Livermore's concentration on the turbulent, boiling bull market of early 1929 was briefly distracted by a surprise lawsuit. On April 4, 1929, 93 investors sued the Misner Development Corporation, which included Livermore and T. Coleman DuPont as directors, for $1.45 million. These investors claimed that they had suffered in the crash of the Boca Raton land boom. Maximilian Morgenthau, the son of former ambassador to Turkey Henry Morgenthau, led this group of disgruntled investors. Morgenthau filed an 870-page complaint. It was the longest complaint ever filed up to that time. The complaint stated that the Misner Development Corporation had committed fraud. It stated that the Boca Raton, Florida, lots had been misrepresented, and that the Misner Development Corporation, the promoter of the development, had operated without any prior knowledge of real estate sales and management. The complaint further stated that the criminal operation was initiated on April 12, 1925, when the promoters had appointed as president Addison Misner, an architect with no experience in real estate development. Misner had then appointed his brother, Wilson Misner, a playwright with no qualifications in real estate, as secretary of the company. The press had a field day with the suit. The corporation's directors quickly and privately settled it. The details of the settlement were never disclosed. The entire matter quietly drifted off the newspaper pages. The problem had begun in 1925, when Addison Misner, a famous Palm Beach architect, had the brilliant idea to develop Boca Raton, an undeveloped area just south of Palm Beach. Misner wanted to build the world's most architecturally beautiful playground. He wanted to construct a magnificent 1,000-room hotel, a polo field, and a casino in the first year, and expand from there into a massive land development scheme that would include 3 more major hotels. A syndicate, the Misner Development Corporation, was formed to oversee and finance the ambitious development. The group was made up of leading financial, entertainment, and social luminaries, including Harold Vanderbilt, Paris Singer, Jesse Livermore, Irving Berlin, W.K. Vanderbilt Roman II, Addison and Wilson Misner, Elizabeth Arden, T. Coleman DuPont, and Rodman Wanamaker, to name a few. The syndicate purchased 2 miles of beachfront around the Boca Raton Inlet and 1,600 acres of land. An offering of $500,000 of the new syndicate's original $5 million capital investment was offered for sale to the public. It was sold out in less than a week. Land prices in the area surrounding the proposed development skyrocketed. This ad appeared in the Palm Beach Post on May 15, 1925. The owners and controllers of the Misner Development Corporation are a group of very rich men and women of unlimited means who propose to build from the creative genius of Addison Misner what will most likely be the most wonderful resort city in the world. The combined wealth of the stockholders probably represents over 1/3 of the entire wealth of the United States. It is reasonable to suppose that every lot buyer should make quick and large profits. The prominent backers' names were used in all the ads and marketing efforts to promote the corporation. On August 6, the directors were elected. DuPont, recently elected senator from Delaware, was made chairman of the board, and Livermore was made head of the finance committee. It did not take Livermore and the finance committee long to find out what was going on and to object to the use of their names in promoting the development project. They strenuously denounced this bandying about of their names as if they were personally guaranteeing the financial success of the project. They also objected to promising the new purchasers of land that 3 more hotels would be built, including a Ritz-Carlton, as well as 3 golf courses, polo fields, and miles of excellent paved streets throughout the development. Finally, before the year was out on November 24, DuPont resigned, saying to the press that proper business methods were not being used, although the project had great possibilities. Livermore and several other directors resigned as well. These resignations and problems in the press brought about the immediate demise of the Boca Raton land boom. In its first 6 months of operation, the marketing company had achieved sales of over $25 million. But with the board of directors breaking up and DuPont's negative comments appearing in the New York Times, sales ended abruptly, and the project shut down. This left Livermore with another good lesson: stick to what you know, which in his case was the stock market. He set back to work to recoup the money he had lost in the Florida land deal, a deal his prominent Palm Beach friends had told him just could not fail. From the winter of 1928 until the early spring of 1929, Livermore was a full-fledged bull in a runaway bull market. But he was looking for the market to signal the turn, the inevitable turn, and he was waiting to sell out his long positions. Experience had taught him that it was always best to sell early into a strong market, especially when he had substantial line of stocks to sell off. In the early summer of 1929, still in the heat of a bull market, Livermore finally sold out all his long positions. He made a list of the leading stocks that he believed were overextended. The line of least resistance had changed from bullish to sideways movement. He asked himself whether this sideways movement was merely a correction from the upward spike of the bull market, or the beginning of a major change in the direction of the overall market. Had the market trend changed? Was it changing in front of everyone's eyes, and was the greed factor too strong for people to see the top? All of Livermore's experience and instinct screamed at him, telling him this was a top. But he knew timing was everything. It was not whether the top was coming, it was when the top was coming. He had been wrong before by going in early only to find out that he had been correct, but had made his move too soon. He decided to follow his developed method of sending out probes to establish small positions on the short side of the market. Operating out of his war room, his suite of offices in the Heckscher building at 735th Avenue, he began his operation secretly. Constantly changing brokers, using as many as 100 brokers to disguise his moves over the next 6 months, telling no one of his strategy, using his secret symbols on the chalkboard and keeping away from the press until all his positions were established, he tested the market. He sent out his probes by selling several stocks short small positions. The market continued upward, and he had to cover them, losing well over $250,000, a small part of his capital. He had his full crew of 6 chalkboard markers working every day on the long catwalk. He was active on his direct phone lines to the London and Paris markets. The direct line to the grain pits in Chicago showed him that the prices of all major commodities were dropping to all-time lows across the board. Because of his constant and never-ending queries into economics, both in the United States and abroad, he felt that the world was looking at a serious deflation. He set out a second line of probes, testing his strong feelings again, but they did not hold, and he had to cover them when the market moved against him. But then in the late summer, for the third time, he set out his probes. They held. They were suddenly profitable, not big profits, but at least they were profitable. Now he fully believed he was right. His patience had paid off. It was one of the reasons he liked fishing. If you did the right thing, were persistent and patient, eventually you would catch fish. Now that he had a fish on the hook, he had to reel it in. This time he knew he was right, and he was prepared to back his play with sizable positions. He was famous as the boy plunger, the great bear of Wall Street, and the lone wolf of Wall Street. He was ready to truly live up to his reputation. In the summer of 1929, Livermore set out his short line while the market was still strong enough to accept his trades. It was also easy for him to borrow the necessary stock against his short positions, because practically everyone was bullish and thought it madness to be selling short. Things could not be better. The economy was great, liquidity was great. There was plenty of money around for businesses to borrow, and there was no sign of inflation. In fact, consumer prices were falling. His friends asked him why he would want to sell. Livermore watched all this, and his famous instinct took over his gut instinct, which he believed was not instinct at all. Rather, it was the sum total of all his experience and all his knowledge that was keeping his dreams fitful at night, stealing sleep subconscious rumblings. There were plenty of signals as the market finally topped. It did not just shoot up in a spike in one grand climax and fall to earth. No, like all markets before, it moved inexorably, slowly, like a giant ship at sea. But the market gave signals that Livermore had seen before. The leaders were struggling, unable to make new highs. The smart money was selling into the strong, driving greed of the public. The public had arrived in the market in full force. The mechanics, the barbers, the shoe clerks, the paper carriers, the housewives, and the farmers were all trading on 10% margin. It was apparent to them that winning in the stock market was an easy game. Invest your money and prosper. It was a new time in history, a time like never before, a time of endless prosperity with a simple formula: buy stocks and get rich. Stocks went one way up, up, and up. This was a new era of perpetual prosperity, and most important, the little guy could participate. Livermore watched stocks rise with wild capitalization. Good stocks selling at 30, 40, 50, 60 times their annual earnings. These were stocks that had normally traded at 8 to 12 times earnings. Plus, the wild speculative stocks, like the new high-technology radio companies, took off. They were the trendy, favored stocks. He also observed the leaders, the stocks that had led the market upward. He watched as they stalled and corrected, failing to make new highs, drifting back when they met a wave of distribution as the smart money hit the road. In the fall of 1929, Livermore sat in his office and watched through the big glass window as his crew of 6 markers, wearing headphones, marked the movement of stocks on the green chalkboard. The symbols made music for him, but it was now a wild crescendo, the climax to the end of a great symphony, years and years of sweet music. Now the end was near. The tempo was up, out of control, on the verge of wildness. The chords were often discordant to his ears. He moved out of his office and sat for hours at his long, shiny mahogany conference table. He sat in silence, watching the markers moving on the catwalk. As he watched, his resolve grew. This was the end. Every once in a while he would go into his private office and make a trade. He would then tell Harry Edgar Dake, his trusted assistant, who would enter it into the book. Often, at the end of the day, as a game, he would race Dake for a tally of where he stood, his exact equity balance to the penny. Livermore would do the calculations in his head, and just as Dake was about to shout the answer given by the machine, he would hold up his hand and utter a number quietly, the number he had calculated mentally. Dake would just nod. Livermore was always correct. Then it struck. The storm broke. The cataclysm struck in full fury as soon as trading began. In the first 30 minutes of business, immense blocks of stocks, 50,000 shares at a time, of Chrysler, General Electric, International Telephone and Telegraph, and Standard Oil, were dumped on the market by wealthy individuals and institutions at prices that stunned onlookers. AT&T, which had reached a peak of $310 per share in the heady summer days of the bull market, smashed all the way down to $204 in a sickening slide. U.S. Steel skated past 190, 180, 170, and kept going down. RCA, a former favorite at 110, went begging at 26. Some brokers lost their nerve and sold out their customers needlessly, lending further momentum to the downward spiral. Others lost their minds. Spectators watched in mute horror as one trader ran screaming like a lunatic from the floor of the exchange. Those who remained among the shouting, frantic mob took on the furtive, frightened look of hunted things. By noon, more than 8 million shares of stock had been sold. A furious pace enveloped the trading floor as all previous trading records were shattered. Shortly thereafter, the members of the governing committee of the exchange held a secret meeting in a cramped, smoke-filled room beneath the floor of the market and anxiously debated whether to suspend trading completely until the panic subsided. Across the news tickers that morning came a sequence of terse, urgent messages. Federal Reserve Board is in session in Washington with Secretary Mellon. Cabinet is meeting. President Hoover conferring with Secretary of Commerce Lamont. Leading bankers gathering at the office of J.P. Morgan, Jr. to discuss the deteriorating situation. As the extent of the financial debacle became clear, $15 billion worth of stock values had vanished into thin air, wiping out the life savings of investors across the nation. The human toll began to mount. Businessmen whose companies went bankrupt suffered heart attacks. Ruined speculators leaped from hotel windows, or shut all windows and turned on the gas, or swallowed poison, or simply shot themselves. Behind them, in the wreckage of lifetimes of hard work, dreams and fatal illusions, they left notes that read, "Everything lost. Tell the boys I can't pay what I owe them." The Great Crash, when securities on the nation's stock exchanges lost more than a third of their value in a heartbreaking avalanche that haunted the memories of an entire generation. When the dreams of hundreds of thousands of American investors, mostly members of the middle class including secretaries, clerks, elderly spinsters, and small businessmen, vanished in the smash-up along with hard-earned savings. The Great Crash that battered the country, inflicting severe psychological trauma whose effects were still plainly visible more than a decade later. William Clingammon, 1929, the year of the Great Crash. The next day, Black Tuesday, was worse. The market fell 11.7% in one day. Livermore was personally blamed for the crash. Even the New York Times ran an article attributing the crash to his strong and constant short-selling attack on the market. Once again, he was the center of a major drama, and his life was threatened. The calls seemed never-ending. He personally answered the phone. He told Dake to put the angry calls through to him. The threats came in letters and telegrams as well. After a while, he stopped answering the phone, but the calls worried him for his safety and the safety of his family. For Livermore, there was no joy in the misery of others. He wondered how his life had come to this sad point. It was his greatest single day in the market, his greatest victory. Why did he feel so hollow and empty? In the early part of the 20th century, depression was considered a mental condition caused by emotional instability or weakness of character. Clinical depression had not yet been discovered. Chemical imbalance as the cause of aberrant behavior was a theory not yet born. For serious cases of depression through most of the century, patients were often subjected to electroshock treatment. Electrodes were attached to the skull, and a terrific blast of electricity was applied to the cranium, searing into the brain. There is no proof that this therapy did anything but cause brain damage to the patient. In 1930, besides his depression, Livermore had other personal problems. His wife Dorothy, his beloved Mousie, was drinking heavily, and her mother had become her complete alter ego. They shopped together and traveled together. Her mother's residence occupied one entire wing of the mansion at Livermore, and Dorothy sought her advice on every household and personal matter. Their main preoccupation was spending Livermore's money, primarily in decorating the various Livermore homes. Dorothy's mother also loved to gamble. She was well off and used her own money. She was a good gambler. She won more than she lost. On a European trip in 1930, they traveled to Spain to visit the American ambassador, Jesse's good friend Alexander P. Moore. Livermore had covered for Moore in his torrid affair with Lillian Russell. While they were in Spain, Moore introduced Dorothy's mother to the King of Spain, whom she promptly engaged in a torrid affair. The affair lasted for several months. She stayed on in Spain, gambling at the casino almost every night and having her fling with the king. Dorothy thought it was charming, since her mother had been a widow for years. Livermore and Moore were bewildered by the whole affair and just shook their heads in silence. Livermore often resented his mother-in-law. He felt isolated from his wife, and he believed that her mother's presence was a barrier between them. He was never an outgoing, gregarious type of person, and he kept his feelings to himself, so he never mentioned these feelings to Dorothy. He was, in fact, like his straight-laced New England parents, emotionally constipated. Reticence to display his feelings was ingrained in his personality. He considered it necessary to act like a poker player in his business, to never tip his hand or to react emotionally. Because of this inability and unwillingness to express his emotions, the stress on him was permanent. The only relief came when he sold out his market positions and took a vacation, or went out on his yacht, something he did more and more as he grew older. He had another recreation, a secret recreation. Livermore had a weakness for beautiful women. and some women had a weakness for a powerful man with unlimited money and the seductive aura of a secretive life, spent stalking the dark corridors of Wall Street and the dimly lit halls of high finance. He cut a mysterious, elegant figure, always dressed perfectly in his Savile Row suits and perfectly groomed. He was shaved every morning by his personal barber and had his hair perfectly trimmed daily. Livermore always had access to beautiful women through Flo Ziegfeld and others like him. He also met many women at the endless parties thrown by Mousy and his neighbors on Long Island. Livermore started spending more and more nights in secret liaisons in New York during the week. Rumors were born and started to subtly circulate in the high societies of Long Island's Great Neck community and the caverns of Wall Street. These rumors eventually found their way to Dorothy's ears. She confronted her beloved JL, "I'm hearing terrible things about you." "Like what?" "Other women, beautiful women, showgirls like I used to be, who are associated with you." "Look, Mousy. No, I won't have it and I refuse to discuss it. But you brought this up for discussion. Don't try to get off the subject and distract me. I simply don't want to discuss it. Tell me it's not true, JL, it's not true." "That's the last of it then, and if it were true, I want it to be untrue and stop." "Don't worry, Mousy." She smiled and took his hand. She did not believe him, but she hoped he would stop. She drank more and threw more parties at Evermore, on the yacht, at the breakers in Palm Beach, and at their home in Lake Placid. Livermore did not stop. His affairs continued, but his private life never interfered with his business life, because his business life was his real life, the life he truly loved, and the game he could never get enough of. The mental challenge of speculation was the high of his life, the vital force that coursed through his veins. It was an endless thrill for him, just as the ticker tape itself endlessly unraveled its secrets. Each secret he found on trading the market was a revelation to him, made him feel like an explorer opening the door to King Tut's tomb and viewing the secrets within for the first time. Chapter 11. When to hold and when to fold. There is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. Livermore spent a great deal of time at the beach club in Palm Beach during 1930. He and Ed Bradley, the owner, had become fast friends. Gambling was illegal in Florida when Bradley set up the club, but he had the tacit approval of Henry Flagler, the railroad baron and partner in Standard Oil. This was the only real approval necessary. Bradley's articles of incorporation said that the beach club was incorporated for social purposes, including any games or amusements that the management and its members might from time to time agree upon. The rules included an age restriction of 25, a prohibition on smoking in the gambling area, a requirement that all debts be settled in 24 hours, and a strict dress code that required full evening dress after 7 p.m., without exceptions. White tie and tails were standard attire. A tuxedo was the minimum dress allowed. An unwritten rule of the beach club was that no Florida residents were to be admitted. This rule was copied from Monte Carlo, where the locals were not allowed entry to the casino. But this was just a convenient rule for Bradley to apply at his discretion. He did not want any of the locals hurt too badly financially, because they might raise a ruckus with the law. He used his own personal judgment, and he admitted only those locals whom he considered suitable for admission. These, of course, were the rich and powerful citizens who helped guarantee he would remain open. Bradley's Beach Club operated in Palm Beach under these and other rules for more than 45 years. One January evening in 1930, close to 7 p.m., Livermore walked into the casino dressed in white tie and tails. Livermore enjoyed clothes. They hung very well on his slim body. The tails had been custom-made for him in England. He had had 4 sets made several years before, and they remained unaltered. Livermore's weight never varied. He went into the gaming room and found his close friend Walter P. Chrysler, still in his golfing outfit, sitting at the roulette wheel, fully engrossed in the spinning wheel and the little black bouncing ball. He sat down next to him. Chrysler looked up and saw that Livermore was dressed for the evening. "Hello, Walter." "Hi, JL, you're dressed. Is it that late?" "It's 10 to 7, Livermore answered. "Time flies when you're losing money." "Bad." About 5 grand on the wrong side of things. As the clock moved minutes away from 7, Bradley walked up to the roulette wheel. The croupier looked at him. Bradley reached out for the little black ball. The croupier handed it to him. "Walter, it's almost 7. You need to change clothes." "I need to change my luck. Ed, I'm down about 5 grand here. I want to play it out. When you change and come back, we'll keep your seat for you. We're open until 4 in the morning," Bradley said. "Ed, look." "Walter." Bradley stared at him for a second. He was not used to being questioned. Neither was Chrysler. Bradley reached into his pocket and took out his lucky silver dollar. "Suppose we flip for whatever you're down." "All right. You call it, Walter." "Heads." Bradley flipped the coin, and as it arched over and headed downward, he snatched the coin out of the air. "You win, Walter," Bradley said, not looking at the coin. He nodded at the croupier to replace the chips that Chrysler had lost. After Chrysler left, Livermore and Bradley settled down at a small cocktail table in the dining room. The dining crowd did not hit the club until at least 8. It was quiet. Bradley ordered his soda water, Livermore his old-fashioned. They sat in silence for a moment. Livermore broke the silence. "You always get your own way, Ed." "Not always, but I don't like to see my rules broken." "You must have rules, don't you, JL?" "Yes, and I'm sorry to say I break them once in a while." "I hear you didn't break them in the crash." "No, not this time. This time I played by my rules and I did okay." "A gambler and a stock speculator have to play by their rules, don't they, JL?" "Yes, it takes long enough to figure them out, doesn't it?" "A lifetime, because you never entirely figure them out, like you never really figure a person out." "Ed, how can you figure a person out when you can't figure yourself out?" Bradley laughed. "You're right there. We live with ourselves 24 hours a day, and there's nothing more important to us than ourselves, and most of us still don't know about ourselves. And let's not even bring up the subject of women." "No, I'm perplexed enough as it is." Fresh drinks came and Bradley held up his glass. They clinked in a toast. "Here's to never understanding women. The mystery is too much fun. And here's to some good luck in that department once in a while." "Cheers," Livermore responded. They sat in a comfortable silence for a few moments. Livermore broke it. "Ed, I can say with no flattery that you are one of the greatest gamblers in the world. You have played all over the country and you consistently win. I have a question for you." "Shoot." "What do you think it takes to win in the stock market?" "I asked you that same question a while back, JL. Besides, what would I know about the stock market?" "Please, Ed." Livermore took a sip of his drink. "I know you won in a big way in the commodities market in Chicago years ago." "All right, I'll try to answer you, JL." Bradley paused for a moment, then answered. "I think it takes 3 things. Timing. When to get in the market and when to get out, or when to hold and when to fold. It takes money management. You can't ever lose your stake or the entire game is over. And it takes emotional stability. Yes, maybe most important, it takes the ability to control your emotions when you're in the play." "That's it. Sounds like the principles of a good gambler." "Life's a gamble," JL. Livermore smiled, and this time he held up his glass. "How about a toast to people who live by their wits? Who live by their wits and know when to call it quits." They clinked glasses. "I like that, JL. Yes, sir, I like that." Timing was everything to a speculator. It was never if a stock was going to move. It was when a stock was going to move up or down. The crash of 1929 solidified Livermore's belief in what he called pivotal points. Black Tuesday was the biggest pivotal point in the history of the stock market. The market fell 11.7% in one day. Livermore formed the core of his timing strategy based on pivotal points. He attempted to explain the concept to his sons when they were older. "Boys, pivotal points became one of my true trading keys, a trading technique that was basically unknown in a formal way in stock speculation in the 1920s and early 1930s. Pivotal points are a timing device I use to get in and out of the market. I divide pivotal points into 2 categories. The first I call a reversal pivotal points, and the second I call the continuation pivotal points. The reversal pivotal point is not easily defined. In my mind, it is a change in basic market direction, the perfect psychological time at the beginning of a new move, a change in the basic trend. For my style of trading, it did not matter if it was at the bottom or the top of a long-term trending move. The essential thing to understand about this technique is that the reversal pivotal point marks a definite change in direction. The continuation pivotal point only confirms the move. The reversal pivotal point flags for me the optimum trading time. Reversal pivotal points are almost always accompanied by a heavy increase in volume, a climax of buying, which is met with a barrage of selling, or vice versa. This battle, this war between buyers and sellers, causes the stock to reverse its direction, to top out, or to bottom out in a decline. It is the start of a new direction in trend for the stock. These confirming volume spurts often end the day with a 100 to 500% increase in the average daily volume. I have noticed that these reversal pivotal points usually come after long-term trending moves. This is one of the reasons why I always felt that patience was so necessary for success in catching the big moves. You definitely need patience to be sure that you have identified the reversal pivotal point of a stock. I developed tests. First of all, I would send out a probe. I would buy a small percentage of the position I would eventually establish if I were correct with the first trade. I also checked the entire industry group, or at least one other stock in the group, to see if it had the same pattern. This was all the confirmation I needed. The second very important type of pivotal point, the continuation pivotal point, usually occurs during a trending move as a natural reaction for a stock in a definite trend. This is a potential additional entry point in an ongoing move, or a chance to increase your position, providing the stock emerges from the continuation pivot point headed in the same direction as it was before the correction. For me, a stock's price is never too high to buy, or too low to sell short. By waiting for continuation pivotal point signals, I gained the opportunity to either open a new position or add to a current position, if I had already established one. I don't chase a stock if it gets away from me. I would rather wait and pay more after the stock has regrouped and formed a new continuation pivotal point, because this continuation pivotal point is a confirmation and provides insurance that the stock will most likely continue with its move. I also use this pivotal point theory to find many successful short selling plays. I looked for stocks that had traded down to a new low for the past year or so. If they formed a false pivotal point, that is, if they rallied from this new low and then dropped down through the new low, they would most likely continue down from there and establish additional new lows for the move. By correctly catching the pivotal points, I could make my initial purchase at the right price from the beginning of the move. This ensured that I was never in a loss position and could therefore ride out the normal stock fluctuations without risking my own capital. Once the stock had moved off the pivotal point and I was in profit, I was risking only my paper profits, not my precious capital. My early years of getting crushed because I had bought the stock at the wrong time in its move gave me the clues to develop this new theory of pivotal points. If you buy before the pivotal point is established, then you may be too early. This is dangerous because the stock may never form a proper pivotal point to clearly establish its direction. If you buy more than 5 or 10% above the initial pivotal point, then you are too late. You may have lost your edge because the move is already underway. The pivotal point gives the only tip-off you need to trade and win. A speculator has to be patient because it takes time for a stock to run out its logical and natural course. The key to my later theory of trading is to trade only on the pivotal points. I've always made money when I was patient and traded on the pivotal points. I also believe that the largest part of a stock movement often occurs in the last 2 weeks or so of the play, and that the same applies for commodities. So, once again, a speculator has to be patient, get into position and wait, but at the same time must be completely alert for the clues when they come, good or bad. A danger signal, often a signal to exit a trade, a signal that made Livermore sit up and take notice, was the one-day reversal. This is a stock movement that often happens at the end of a long-term move. A one-day reversal occurs when the high of the day is higher than the high of the previous day, but the close of the day is below the close of the previous day, and the volume of the current day is higher than the volume of the previous day. Figure 11.2 shows an example. All during Schwab's rise, following the trend, the line of least resistance, it had only normal reactions. Then it suddenly had an aberrant reaction, a dramatic rise of over 15 points in 3 days that developed into a spike. During the last day of the ascent, the rally broke near the end of the day, and the price of the stock fell, closing near the low of the day. The next morning it opened and fell further. These one-day reversals are often accompanied by increased volume. This scenario was a screaming danger signal to Livermore. Livermore believed that if a trader had the patience to sit with the stock all during its rise, after the one-day reversal, the trader must have the courage to do the right thing, acknowledge this danger signal, and consider selling the stock. Livermore firmly believed in patience and courage. The pivotal point theory allowed Livermore the chance to buy at the exact right time. He never wanted to buy at the lowest price or sell at the top. He wanted to buy at the right time and sell at the right time. This required patience to wait for the perfect trading moment to form. He did not care if the right formation did not occur on a particular stock he was following, because the pattern would appear on another stock sooner or later. Patience, patience, patience. That was his key to timing success. Livermore always considered time as a real and essential trading element. He often would say it's not the thinking that makes the money, it's the sitting and waiting that makes the money. This has been incorrectly interpreted by many people to mean that Livermore would buy a stock and then sit and wait for it to move. This is not so. There were many occasions where Livermore sat and waited in cash, holding little or no stock, until the right situation appeared. He was able to sit and wait patiently in cash until the perfect situation presented itself to him. When these conditions came together, when as many of the odds as possible were in his favor, then and only then would he strike. Buying on the pivotal point assured him the best chance of coming into the situation, just as the action was about to begin. And once he was sure of his play, he was not afraid to make his commitment. He was not called the boy plunger for nothing. His decision was always clear, as he wrote in his own book, published in 1940, How to Trade in Stocks, when a speculator can determine the pivotal point of a stock and interpret the action at that point. He may make a commitment with the positive assurance of being right from the start. But bear in mind when using pivotal points in anticipating movements, that if the stock does not perform as it should after crossing the pivotal point, this is an important danger signal which must be heeded. I found the study of pivotal points fascinating almost beyond belief. You will find a golden field for personal research. You will derive a singular pleasure and satisfaction from successful trades based on your own judgment. You will discover that profits made in this way are immensely more gratifying than any which could possibly come from tips or the guidance of someone else. If you make your own discovery, trade your own way, exercise patience and watch for the danger signals, you will develop a proper trend of thinking. Every time I lost patience and failed to await the pivotal points and fiddled around for some easy profits, I would lose money. Livermore knew that this pivotal point theory applied to trading in commodities as well. While he did not consider this method foolproof, it was a core part of his trading strategy. He also stated that there was probably a lot more to perfecting the use of pivotal points in the future. He was sure people would develop better trading methods from his basic premise. He promised that he would not be jealous of their success. Livermore said that it was okay to anticipate the action of the market or a stock, but that traders should not take action until the market has confirmed that their judgment is correct by its action. Then, and only then, should they move with their money. Pivotal points were an essential confirming signal for Livermore. He explained further to his sons that the market will often go contrary to what speculators have predicted. At these times, successful speculators must abandon their predictions and follow the action of the market. Prudent speculators never argue with the tape. Markets are never wrong, but opinions often are. New highs were always good news for Livermore. To him, they meant that the stock had pushed through the overhead resistance and was very likely to advance. Livermore was not a chartist. He calculated everything from a numerical base. Figures 11.3 and 11.4 show several new high breakout formations like those that appeared to Livermore on a regular basis. Livermore worked with them in numerical form, but charts have been used here for expediency. Figure 11.3 shows that Best Buy, a consumer retailer of electronics, appliances, and entertainment software, broke out of a long consolidation at $30 in December 1998 and kept right on climbing to new highs. Figure 11.4 shows that Nordal Networks, a manufacturer of telecommunication equipment, formed a strong reversal pivotal point at $30 in September 1998 and powered through to a new all-time high of $65 in April 1999. Why these formations repeat themselves is basically unknown. Livermore explained it as human nature in his own book, How to Trade in Stocks. All through time, people have basically acted the same way in the market as a result of greed, fear, ignorance, and hope. That is why the numerical formations and patterns recur on a constant basis. For his overall market and industry group timing cues, Livermore was always very sensitive to the market leaders. He tracked them carefully, watching them like a hawk through the glass panels of his office as they were posted on the green chalkboard. Tracking the leaders provided strong timing clues for the general overall direction of the market. Trading several stocks in each of the major leading groups also helped confirm when a specific industry group was falling out of favor and reversing, or vice versa, coming into favor. The leaders, in Livermore's mind, were also surrogates for the Dow Jones averages. When these leading groups faltered, it was a warning signal, and his attention to the overall direction of the market was heightened. The signal occurred when the leaders stopped making new highs and stalled, often reversing direction before the overall market turned. This was one of the essential timing clues for Livermore in the 1907 and 1929 crashes. The leaders faltered and began to turn as the craze for secondary stocks in the overall market broadened. Of course, the wild speculation in these ancillary issues spoke volumes to Livermore because he had been through crashes before. Livermore developed a sophisticated system of following the current leaders. His interest in them was twofold. First, they were the only stocks he would speculate in. He wrote in How to Trade in Stocks. Confine your studies of stock market movements to the prominent issues of the day, the leaders. It is where the action is. If you cannot make money out of the leading active issues, you are not going to make money out of the stock market. Second, this will also keep your trading universe small and controllable, so you can focus and trade the stocks with the greatest potential. Don't let greed drive your moves by trying to catch the exact top and the exact bottom. Livermore also believed that timing should never be dictated by high prices. High prices were never a timing signal to sell a stock. He often said that just because a stock was selling at a high price did not mean it would not go higher. Livermore was also just as comfortable on the short side, if that was the direction of the trend. Just because a stock had fallen in price did not mean that it would not go lower. He never bought stocks on declines, and he never shorted stocks on rallies. Buying stocks as they made new highs and selling short as they made new lows was a contrarian point of view, and this has remained a contrarian point of view with many investors through history. Livermore let the market tell him what to do. He got his clues and his cues from what the market told him. He did not anticipate. He followed the message he received from the tape. Some stocks keep making new highs and can be held for a very long time, as shown in Figure 11.5. Cisco Systems, a leader in networking solutions for the Internet, had basically gone up for 5 straight years. 1,000 shares in 1994 would have cost $2,000. 5 years later, in 1999, that investment would be worth $70,000. Livermore told his son Paul, "Every stock is like a human being. It has a personality, a distinctive personality. Aggressive, reserved, hyper, high-strung, volatile, boring, direct, logical, predictable, unpredictable. I often studied stocks like I would study people. After a while, their reactions to certain circumstances become more predictable. I am not the first to observe this. I know people who have made a lot of money in the stock market by analyzing the personality of a stock and following that personality, reacting to it by buying and selling it according to its personality traits. But beware, not often, but sometimes, personalities change. I firmly believe that as long as a stock is acting properly, progressing with normal reactions such as consolidations and corrections, and proceeding in the direction of the trend, there is nothing to fear, no reason for a speculator to be concerned. and the fact that a stock is selling in new high territory should only encourage the speculator. On the other hand, a speculator must never become so complacent or relaxed as to miss the clues that the stock has topped out and is creating a pivotal point that will set it off in a new direction, perhaps a reversal in trend. My motto, son, is be ever vigilant for the danger signs. Livermore traded to beat the game, and a big part was having the right timing. His quest was never ending. His theories of pivotal points, his approach to new highs, his industry leaders and industry group theories were all new at the time, and they remain controversial. But it was the mental challenge they presented that was his passion. Like anyone else, Livermore also liked what the money could do. Having money was fun. It was 1931, and Paul Livermore was about to turn 8 years old. As a surprise, his parents decided to bring the Barnum and Bailey Circus to the 13-acre grounds at Evermore. Tents were built during the night and bleachers were erected. Trucks brought in the elephants and other animals during the night. At dawn, the performers arrived, 100 clowns, the trapeze artists, the lion tamers, the big-top master of ceremonies, the tumblers, the horse trainers, and the high wire act. The neighbors started to arrive at 10 a.m. when Paul awoke. The entire grounds had been transformed into a major performing circus. He walked the grounds wide-eyed in amazement. The overnight transformation had changed his private and solitary playground into a land of clowns, funny cars, elephants, lions, tigers, monkeys, trapeze artists, beautiful horses with magic riders, and huge striped tents with people hustling and bustling everywhere. He held onto his parents' hands as they strolled the grounds. The performance began at noon. The guest cars lined the driveway, all the way out onto the road. The chauffeur was transporting people in Livermore's 3-seat electric car, which he and the boys usually used to roam the estate. The circus went on all afternoon, and there was a big party in the Livermore house when it was done, with a giant 6-foot birthday cake and food and drink for everyone. It was emblazoned forever in Paul's mind. It was his biggest day. Later, when he got older, he thought that his parents might have felt guilty for all the attention they lavished on his brother Jesse, who was openly the favorite of both his parents. He knew this from a very early age and was able to cope with it, happy in his own world. Neither of the boys saw much of their parents. They went to boarding school in the winter, camping in the summer. When they were young, they always had their own individual nannies, who were later replaced by maids, chauffeurs, private detectives, and the imposing, protective presence of Harry Edgar Dake, their favorite, who sometimes tutored them in math, languages, and life. The servants all spoke French. Mousie thought it gave them culture to speak French in the house. Both Jesse and Paul could speak French. Paul was the best. He spoke perfect French. Their father never even tried. He stuck to English. He was too busy with the market. Chapter 12. Livermore's Money Management Rules. Rule number 1 is don't lose money. Rule number 2 is don't forget rule number 1, Warren Buffett. One afternoon at Bradley's Beach Club in Palm Beach, Livermore sat around a table in the gaming room playing high-stakes bridge with Walter Chrysler, Ed Kelly, the head of United Fruit, and T. Coleman DuPont. They took a break from their game to enjoy a lobster lunch, a specialty at Bradley's. The Florida lobster is different from the Maine lobster. It is really more like a giant crawfish than a true lobster. It was Bradley who introduced this crustacean to the palates of the American rich. The lobster salad was famous, large pieces of lobster on a bed of greens, covered with a mustard sauce whose exact components were the chef's most prized secret. The bridge players all ordered the same thing with 2 bottles of vintage Rogert champagne. Green turtle soup, another specialty of the house at $1 per cup, a very high price for soup at the time, preceded the salad. "You hear what happened last year with these lobsters?" Chrysler asked. "What?" Kelly replied. Bradley liked them so much he said he would take the whole Bahamian crop. He didn't know that it could be as high as 10,000 lobsters. The Bahamians went nuts and were going to fish the hell out of them, because they had a firm order to buy them all from some crazy American. Chrysler paused as the green turtle soup was served from a large silver tureen. "So?" DuPont asked. So when Bradley realized he had made a giant blunder, he told them he would still go through with the purchase anyway. You know how he is about honoring a commitment, although he had no idea what the hell he would do with that many lobsters. Don't tell me that he sold them to Flagler and had them shipped to New York and made a fortune, Livermore said. No, the hurricane last year wiped out the Bahamas and the lobster fishing, so he skated out of the whole problem, Chrysler replied. What luck, Kelly said with a smile. He's got lucky horseshoes hidden somewhere. They all laughed. Just like you, JL, in your latest wheat trade. I've been hearing rumors on the street about you. Tell us about it, entertain us at lunch. Nothing entertaining to tell. I just felt the demand for wheat in America was underestimated and the price was going to rise. I waited for what I call my pivotal point and stepped in and bought 5 million bushels of wheat, about $7 million worth. I watched the market closely after the purchase. It lagged. It was a dull market, but it never declined below where I bought it. Then one morning the market started upward, and after a few days the rise consolidated, forming another of my pivotal points. It lay around in there for a little while, and then one day it popped out on the upside with heavy volume. A good signal, so I put in an order for another 5 million bushels. This order was filled at higher and higher prices. This was good news to me, because it clearly indicated that the market line of least resistance was upwards. I liked the fact that it was much more difficult to acquire the second lot of 5 million bushels. I then had filled out my predetermined target position of 10 million bushels, so I stepped back and kept my eye on the market. It formed a strong bull market and rose steadily for several months. When wheat rose 25 cents above my average price, I cashed in. This was a bad mistake. Livermore paused as the lobster salads were served and the second bottle of champagne was opened. JL, how the hell could it be a bad mistake to make a profit of $2.5 million? Asked Chrysler. Because, Walter, I sat back and watched wheat rise another 20 cents in price in 3 days. I still don't get it, Chrysler said. Why was I afraid? There was no good reason to sell the wheat. I simply wanted to take my profit. It still looks like a pretty good trade to me. I'm afraid you lost me, JL, Kelly added. All right, let me explain myself better. You remember that old joke about the guy who goes to the race track and bets on the daily double and wins, then takes all his winnings and bets it on the third race and wins. He does the same on all the other races and wins. Then, on the 8th and final race, he takes his $100,000 in winnings and bets it all to win on a horse, and the horse loses. Yeah, Chrysler nodded. Well, he's walking out of the track and he meets a pal of his who says, "How'd you do today?" "Not bad," he answers, smiling. "I lost $2." They laughed. "That's a good story, JL, but how does it apply to you and wheat?" Chrysler asked. Simple. Why was I afraid of losing the track's money? When I sold, I was simply acting out of fear. I was in too big a hurry to convert a paper profit into a cash profit. I had no other reason for selling out that wheat except that I was afraid to lose the profit I had made. What's wrong with being afraid? These days it seems like the safest bet, DuPont commented. So what did you do, JL? Kelly asked. After I booked my profit in the wheat, I realized I had made a great mistake. I had not had the courage to play the deal out to the end until I got a signal to sell, a real definitive sell signal. So, I re-entered the market and went back at an average price 25 cents higher than where I had sold out my original position. It rose another 30 cents, and then it gave a danger signal, a real strong danger signal. I sold out near the high of $2.06 a bushel. About a week later, it sold at $1.77 a bushel. Well, you have more guts than me, JL, and it sounds a little like greed to me. That's because you sell fruit, Ed. The way you know how to diagnose the market on fruit is the way I am supposed to know how to diagnose the stock and commodities markets, and the wheat futures market had shown no signs of weakness when I first sold it. The next time I sold the wheat, it was different. I could see definite symptoms of weakness. It gave the clues, the hints, the telltale signs of topping out. The tape always gives plenty of warning time for the savvy speculator to heed. JL, I like your story, but sometimes I think maybe you got a set of those lucky horseshoes too, just like Bradley, Chrysler added. Walter, A little luck never hurt anyone. Livermore paused and looked around at the group. I'd say we all had our share of luck at one time or another. They all laughed. Money management was one of the three pieces of the financial puzzle that fascinated Livermore: timing, money management, and emotional control. Livermore had 5 main rules in managing his money. He attempted over the years to explain his entire trading theory to his sons. Money management was a big part of it. One day, he called his 2 sons into the library at Livermore. He sat behind the massive desk. The 2 boys sat down in front of him. He leaned forward and took a wad of cash out of his pocket. He peeled off 10 $1 bills. He did this twice, then folded the bills and handed each boy a pack of 10 ones. The boys sat looking at him, each holding their money. Boys, always carry your money folded and in your left pocket. Go ahead, do it. You can keep the money. The boys did as they were told and put the folded money in their left pockets. You see, pickpockets always go for a person's wallet, usually in their back pocket, or they will come up behind you and go for your right front pocket because most people are right-handed. You all right with this so far, boys? He asked. The boys nodded. He continued, all right, that's why you keep your paper money folded in your left pocket. See, if a pickpocket gets into your left pocket and he gets that close to your balls, you're going to know about it. The boys looked at each other. Their father continued, don't ever lose your cash, boys. That's the moral of this story. Keep it close to your balls and don't let anyone near it. Livermore had several other money management tips. Rule 1. Don't lose money. Don't lose your stake. A speculator without cash is like a store owner with no inventory. Cash is your inventory, your lifeline, and your best friend. Without cash, you are out of business. Don't lose your line. It is wrong and dangerous to establish your full stock position at only one price. Rather, you must first decide how many shares you want to trade. For example, if you want to purchase 1,000 shares as the full final position, do it like this. Start with a 200-share purchase on the pivot point. If the price goes up, then buy an additional 200 shares, still within the pivot point range. If it keeps rising, buy another 200 shares. See how it reacts. If it keeps on rising or corrects and then rises, you can go ahead and purchase the final 400 shares. It is very important to note that each additional purchase must be at a higher price. The same rules, of course, would apply to selling short. Only each short sale would be at a lower price than the preceding sale. The basic logic is simple and concise. Each trade, as it is established toward the total 1,000 share position, must always show the speculator a profit. The fact that each trade shows a profit is living proof, hard evidence, that your basic judgment was correct in making the trade. It is all the proof you need. Conversely, if you lose money, you know immediately that your judgment was wrong. The tough part for the inexperienced speculator is paying more for each position. Why? Because everyone wants a bargain. The psychological battle is not to fight the facts, not to hope, not to argue with the tape, for the tape is always correct. There is no place in speculating for hoping, for guessing, for fear, for greed, for emotions. The tape tells the truth, but often there is a lie buried in the human interpretation. Finally, the speculator may choose a different ratio of purchasing the stock than I use. You could, for instance, purchase 30% as the first position, 30% as the second, and 40% for the final purchase. It is up to individual speculators to decide the ratio that works best for them. I have simply outlined what works best for me. The main rule is, do not take your entire position all at once. Wait for confirmation of your judgment. Pay more for each lot you buy. This goes against most traders' natural instincts. And remember to establish in your mind the total amount of shares you want to purchase before you begin the trade. Rule 2. Always establish a stop. Just as you should decide the number of shares you want to buy, what percentage of your portfolio you will invest in any play, and your general upside price target, you should always have a clear price at which to sell if the stock moves against you. And you must obey your rules. No cheating by waiting. My basic rule was never to take a capital loss of more than 10%. Losses are twice as expensive to make up. I learned this in the bucket shops, where I worked with 10% margin. I was automatically sold out if the loss exceeded the 10% limit. The 10% loss rule became my most important rule for managing money. It is also a key timing rule. Remember, a successful speculator must set a firm stop before making a trade and must never sustain a loss of more than 10% of invested capital. If you lose 50%, you must make 100% to get even. I have also learned that when your broker calls you and tells you he needs more money for a margin requirement on a stock that is declining, tell him to sell out his position. When you buy a stock at 50 and it goes to 45, do not buy more in order to average out your price. The stock has not done what you predicted. That is enough of an indication that your judgment was wrong. Take your losses quickly and get out. Remember, never meet a margin call and never average losses. Many times I would close out a position before suffering a 10% loss. I did this simply because the stock was not acting right from the start. Often my instincts would whisper to me, JL, this stock has a malaise, it is a lagging dullard. It just does not feel right, and I would sell out my position in the blink of an eye. Perhaps this was my inner mind working, distilling things I had seen thousands of times before and sending subconscious signals, registering repeated patterns that were stored in my memory and then subliminally remembered. Whatever it was, I have learned over the years, through many market experiences, to trust these instincts. I absolutely believe that price movement patterns are repeated and appear over and over, with slight variations. This is because humans drive the stocks, and human nature never changes. I have observed many times that people often become involuntary investors. They buy a stock that goes down and they refuse to sell and take their losses. They prefer to hold onto the stock and hope that it will rally eventually and climb back up. This is why the 10% rule is essential. Don't ever become an involuntary investor. Take your losses quickly. Easy to say, but hard to do. Rule 3. Keep cash in reserve. The successful speculator must always have cash in reserve, like a good general who keeps troops in reserve for exactly the right moment, and then moves with great conviction, committing the reserves for final victory after waiting until all the odds are favorable. There is a never-ending stream of opportunities in the stock market, and if you miss a good opportunity, wait a little while, be patient, and another one will come along. Don't reach for a trade. All the conditions for a good trade must be on your side. Remember, you do not have to be in the market all the time. Livermore used the analogy of playing cards in his case, gin, poker, and bridge, where it is only human nature to want to play every hand. This desire to always be in the game is one of the speculator's greatest hazards, and eventually will bring about disaster, as it did to Livermore several times in his early career. When playing the stock market, there are times when your money should be waiting on the sidelines in cash, waiting to come into play. Time is not money, time is time, and money is money. Often money that is just sitting can later be moved into the right situation at the right time and make a fast fortune. Patience is the key to success, not speed. Time is a cunning speculator's best friend if it is used wisely. Remember, the clever speculator is always patient and always has a reserve of cash. Rule 4. Let the position ride. As long as the stock is behaving normally, do not be in a hurry to take a profit. You must know you are right in your basic judgment, or you would have no profit at all. If there is nothing basically negative, then let it ride. It may grow into a very large profit. As long as the action of the overall market and the stock do not give you cause to worry, have the courage of your convictions and stay with it. When I was in profit on a trade, I was never nervous. I could have a line of 100,000 shares out on a single stock play and sleep like a baby. Why? Because I was in profit on that trade. I was simply using the house's money, that is, using the stock market's money. If I lost all that profit, well, then I simply lost money I never had in the first place. Of course, the opposite is true as well. If I bought a stock and it went against me, I would sell it immediately. You can't stop and try to figure out why a stock is going in the wrong direction. The fact is that it is going in the wrong direction, and that is enough evidence for an experienced speculator to close the trade. Profits take care of themselves, losses never do. Never confuse this approach of letting the position ride with the buy and hold forever strategy. I do not, and never have, blindly bought and held a stock. How can anyone know that far into the future? Things change, life changes, relationships change, health changes, seasons change, and people change. Why shouldn't the basic conditions that caused you to buy a stock change? To buy and hold blindly on the basis that a stock is in a great company or a strong industry, or that the economy is generally healthy, is, to me, the equivalent of stock market suicide. Stick with the winners. Let them ride until you have a clear reason to sell. Rule 5. Take the profits in cash. I recommend parking 50% of the profits from a successful trade, especially when the trade doubled the original capital. Set this money aside, put it in the bank, hold it in reserve, or lock it up in a safe deposit box. Like winning in the casino, it's a good idea now and then to take your winnings off the table and turn them into cash. There is no better time than after a large win on a stock. Cash is the bullet in the chamber. Always keep a cash reserve. The single largest regret I have ever had in my financial life was not paying enough attention to this rule. Livermore agreed with his friend Bradley, the gambler. After timing and money management come emotions. It is one thing to know what to do. It is quite another thing to have the will to actually do it. This is true of the stock market. This is true of life. Who knew better than Livermore? As he explained to his sons, I believe that having the discipline to follow your rules is essential. Without specific, clear, and tested rules, speculators do not have any real chance of success. Why? Because speculators without a plan are like a general without a strategy, and therefore without an actionable battle plan. Speculators without a single clear plan can only act and react to the slings and arrows of stock market misfortune until finally they are defeated. It is my conclusion that playing the market is partly an art form. It is not just pure reason. If it were pure reason, then somebody would have figured it out long ago. That's why I believe that all speculators must analyze their own emotions to find out just what level of stress they can endure. Every speculator is different. Every human psyche is unique. Every personality is exclusive to that one person. Learn your own emotional limits before attempting to speculate. That is my advice to anyone who has ever asked me what makes a successful speculator. If you can't sleep at night because of your stock market position, then you have gone too far. If this is the case, then sell your position down to the sleeping level. On the other hand, I believe that anyone who is intelligent, conscientious, and willing to put in the necessary time can be successful on Wall Street. As long as they realize the market is a business like any other business, they have a good chance to prosper. I believe that irresistible forces are at work behind all major movements in the stock market. This is all the successful speculator needs to know. Just be aware of the movements and act upon that knowledge. It is too difficult to match up world events or current events with the movements of the stock market. This is true because the stock market moves ahead of world events. The stock market is not operating in the present or reflecting the present. It is operating on what is yet to be the future. The market often moves contrary to apparent common sense in world events, as if it had a mind of its own. Remember, it is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. Eventually, the truth of why it moved as it did will emerge. It is therefore foolish to try to anticipate the movement of the market based on current economic news and current events, such as the Purchasing Managers' Report, the balance of payments, the Consumer Price Index and unemployment figures, or even the rumor of war, because these are already factored into the market. It is not that I ignored these facts or was ignorant of them. I wasn't. The truth is that I voraciously read every newspaper I could get my hands on, and I had done so since my youth. I was well aware of world events, political events, and economic events, but these facts were not facts I could use to predict the market. After the market moved, its movement would be rationalized by the pundits in endless postmortems. Later, when the dust had settled, the real economic, political, and world events would eventually be brought into focus by historians telling us why the market acted as it had. But by that time, it was too late to make any money. Trying to figure out the why of a market move can often cause great emotional strife. The simple fact is that the market always precedes economic news. It does not react to economic news. A good earnings statement is issued by a company, and the stock proceeds to fall in price. Why? Because the market has already factored in those earnings. One of the problems with looking too deeply into economic news is that it may plant suggestions in your mind, and suggestions can be dangerous to your emotional stock market health. I once proved this in a golf game with my old friend Ed Kelly, head of United Fruit. We were playing in a threesome with Walter Chrysler on the Lake Placid golf course behind my home one weekend. We always played for between $100 and $200 a hole. Kelly was the better golfer, a scratch handicap. On the 15th hole, I said to Kelly, "Ed, you're by far the best golfer in our group. Have you ever thought about that big boulder on the left side of the fairway on 17? He answered, "Why would I think about that, JL? I've never come near it. It's you that always hits that, isn't it?" "I've hit it a few times, yes, but I think today is your day to hit it, Ed." "Please, JL," he laughed. "No, Ed, suppose you hit it and your ball goes flying off into the lake." "Impossible. Then I'd look like you," he said. We played on for a hole with no mention of the boulder. As we teed up on the 17th, I said, "You know I'm famous for my hunches, Ed, and I've got a feeling, a hunch, you're going to hit that boulder today. In fact, I want to make a wager that you do." "JL, don't throw your money away, no matter how easy it is for you to make it. What do you want to bet?" "100, Kelly said. "No, Ed, let's make it 300. Off the boulder and into the lake." "It's your funeral," JL, Kelly said. "Maybe it is my funeral, just don't you forget to miss that boulder." I smiled and stepped back. Ed addressed the ball and took a mighty swing. The ball arched up like a rainbow and descended directly onto the rock, careening off like a demented pool ball directly into the lake. "JL, you jinxed me," Kelly yelled. "You made me do that. I never came close to that boulder in my life." "No, Ed, it wasn't me," I answered. "It was the power of suggestion, the power of the subconscious mind that made you do that. I know you're good at your business, Ed, but be careful if you ever try to play the market. You get that all the time in the market, the power of suggestion infiltrating the subconscious." "Believe me, Ed, I'm an expert. I've been broke enough times, haven't I?" "JL, I'm speechless." "Ed, just thank me for the cheap lesson today." "JL, I have no intention of playing the market, so I don't think I'll thank you for that cheap $300 lesson," Kelly said. We all laughed. Livermore told his sons that he never understood why people thought making money in the market was easy. "We all have our own businesses. I would never ask Kelly to tell me the secrets of the fruit business or Chrysler those of the automotive business. It just would never dawn on me. So I can never understand when people ask me how they could make some fast money in the stock market. I always smile and say to myself, how could I possibly know how you could make money in the market? I always evade the question. It's like asking me how someone could make some quick money performing brain surgery or defending some person in a murder case. I believe, from experience, that even attempting to answer these questions would affect a person's emotions because they would have to take a firm position and defend their thoughts, which could change the next day, depending on the conditions of the market. But I have always fully understood that I am not the only one who knows that the stock market is the world's biggest gold mine, sitting at the foot of the island of Manhattan. A gold mine that opens its doors every day and invites anyone and everyone in to plumb its depths and leave with wheelbarrows full of gold bars, if they can, and I have done it. The gold mine is there all right, and every day somebody plumbs its depths, and when the bell rings at the end of the day they have gone from pauper to prince, or gone from prince to supreme potentate, or gone stony broke. And it's always there, waiting. I believe that uncontrolled basic emotions are the true and deadly enemy of the speculator, that hope, fear, and greed are always present, sitting on the edge of the psyche, waiting on the sidelines, waiting to jump into the action, plow into the game. He told his sons this was one of the reasons he never used the words bullish or bearish. These words are not in my vocabulary because I believe they can create an emotional mindset of a specific market direction in a speculator's mind. The words bull and bear cause a trader to get a fixed mindset, and there is a good chance the speculator will blindly follow that trend or direction for an extended period of time, even if the facts change. I have found that well-defined trends do not last for extended periods of time. When people ask me for a tip, I say the market is currently in an upward, downward, or sideways trend. Or I tell them that the line of least resistance is currently up or down, as the case may be, and that is all I say. This leaves me with the flexibility to change my mind according to market behavior. I never try to predict or anticipate the market. I only try to react to what the market is telling me by its behavior. I firmly believe that there are always clues as to what is going to come next. The clues are buried in the behavior of the market, what the market actually does, the here and now, not what is predicted that it will do. In a way, you have to be like a detective and solve the puzzle using the facts that are given. But, like a good detective, a trader should always look for proof of those facts and reconfirm them if possible. This requires an unemotional analysis. And I am one of the few speculators who has never cared in which direction a stock was going. I simply go with the line of least resistance. For me, it is simply a market play. The direction of the stock is not important. In fact, one of the reasons I was noted as the great bear of Wall Street was that so few other speculators had the courage of their convictions to play the downside, the negative side of the market. When stocks decline swiftly and abruptly, they are being driven by fear. When they rise, they are being driven by hope. If people are hoping a stock will rise, they are slower to sell. If they fear the stock will decline, they are usually quick to dump that stock. This is why declines produce faster, more abrupt market action. So traders who play the short side must react to faster, more drastic market patterns and conditions. I believe there are no good stocks or bad stocks. There are only money-making stocks. So there is no good direction to trade, short or long. There is only the money-making way to trade. I have observed that to sell short goes against human nature, which is basically optimistic. And I believe that fewer than 5% of speculators trade the short side. There is also no question that it is extremely dangerous to sell short, because the potential loss is unlimited. It takes strong control of your emotions to trade on the short side. I observed early on that the stock market moves up roughly a third of the time, sideways a third of the time, and downward a third of the time. Therefore, if you only play the bull side of the market, you are out of the action 2/3 of the time, waiting, hoping, and wondering. For good or bad, I was never one who wanted to wait and hope and wonder. I wanted to play the game and win more times than I lost. I am fully aware that of the millions of people who will speculate in the stock market, few will spend their full time involved in the art of speculation. Yet, as far as I am concerned, it is a full-time job, perhaps even more than a job, perhaps a vocation, to which many are called and few are singled out for success. By far the hardest emotional battle for a speculator is dealing with tips. The main reason I moved uptown to Fifth Avenue was to get out of the reach of everyone who was trying to help me by giving me sure things and inside information. Beware of all tips. Tips come from all sources. One such tip was passed to me by the chairman of a major American corporation at a dinner party at my house in Great Neck. "How are things going?" I asked him. "Great. We've turned the company around. Not that it was really in trouble, but it looks like clear sailing from here. In fact, our quarterly earnings are coming out in a week, and they are going to be terrific." I liked him and believed him, so the next morning I bought 1,000 shares to test it out. The earnings came in just as the chief executive had said they would. The stock rose nicely. The earnings continued to rise for the next 3 quarters, and the stock rose steadily. I was lulled into a feeling of security as the stock continued to rise. Then it stopped and started plummeting in the opposite direction, like a waterfall. I called the chairman and said, "This fall in your stock price has me worried. What's going on?" He answered, "I know the price has fallen, JL, but we consider it nothing more than a natural correction. After all, we have had a pretty damn steady rise in the price of the stock for almost a year now." "How's business?" I asked. "Well, our sales are slightly off, and that news may have leaked out, I'm afraid. Looks like the bears got hold of that information and are hammering the stock. It's mostly short selling, a bear raid, we think. We'll drive them out on the next rally, squeeze them a little AJL. Are you selling any of your holdings? I asked. Absolutely not. Where would I put my money with more safety than my own company? Sure enough, I later found out that the insiders were busy selling into the stock's strength the minute they got wind of the business going into a slump. On the bad news, known only to them, they were dumping as much stock as the market would take. I never got mad. It was my stupidity and greed. I knew that all key executives were basically cheerleaders and that they must remain positive, must be bearers of only good news. They could never tell shareholders or competitors that things were not as rosy as they appeared. In fact, it always made me smile to listen to their mendacity. The misstatements, the lies, were just a matter of self-preservation, an essential part of the job of a chief executive officer at every level of power. But it was my self-preservation I was interested in, not that of the top executives and shareholders of the companies I invested in. Therefore, after a while and some substantial lost money, I never asked insiders about how their businesses were doing. Why waste my time listening to half-truths, shadowy statements, inaccurate projections, and just plain bold-faced lies? I could just look at the behavior of the stock. The story was clear in its action. The truth was in the tape for anyone and everyone to see. I have suggested to people who are interested in the stock market that they carry around a small notebook, keep notes on interesting general market information, and perhaps develop their own stock market trading strategy. I always suggest that the first thing they write down in their little notebooks should be, beware of inside information, all inside information. There is only one way to achieve success in speculation: through hard work, persistently hard work. If there is any easy money lying around, no one is going to try to give it to me, this I know. My satisfaction always came from beating the market, solving the puzzle. The money was the reward, but it was not the main reason I loved the market. The stock market is the greatest, most complex puzzle ever invented, and it pays the biggest jackpot. Always remember, you can win a horse race, but you can't beat the races. You can win on a stock, but you cannot beat Wall Street all the time. Nobody can. People always talked about my instincts, especially after the Union Pacific story and the San Francisco earthquake. But I never thought my instincts were that special. The instincts of a seasoned speculator are really no different from the instincts of a farmer like my father. In fact, I consider farmers to be the biggest gamblers in the world. Planting their crops every year, gambling on the price of wheat, corn, cotton, or soybeans. Choosing the right crop to plant, gambling on the weather and insects, the unpredictable demand for the crop. What could be more speculative? These same principles apply to all businesses. So, after 20, 30, or 40 years of growing wheat or corn, raising cattle, or making automobiles or bicycles, a person naturally develops a sixth sense, an intuition, experience-based hunches about the business. I consider myself no different. The only way I may have differed from most speculators is that when I felt I was truly right, dead right, then I would go all the way, shoot the works, as I did during the 1929 market crash, when I had a line of 1 million shares of stock out on the short side, and every rise and fall of a single point meant $1 million to me. Even then, my biggest play, it was never the money that drove me. It was the game, solving the puzzle, beating the market that had confused and confounded the greatest minds in history. For me, the passion, the juice, the exhilaration was in beating the game, a game that was a living, dynamic riddle, a conundrum to everyone who speculated on Wall Street. Perhaps it was like combat is to a soldier. It's a mental high that's also visceral. All your senses are pushed to the limit. I've always told you boys to stay in the business you're good at, and I was good at speculating. Over the years, I took many millions of dollars out of Wall Street and invested them in Florida land, aircraft companies, oil wells, and new miracle products based on new inventions. They were all abject failures, disasters. I lost every cent I ever invested in them. Just remember, without discipline, a clear strategy, and a concise plan, a speculator will fall into all the emotional pitfalls of the market and jump from one stock to another, holding a losing position too long, cutting out of a winner too soon for no reason other than fear of losing the profit. Greed, fear, impatience, and hope will all fight for mental dominance over the speculator. Then, after a few failures and catastrophes, the speculator may become demoralized, depressed, and despondent, and may abandon the market and the chance to make a fortune from what the market has to offer. Develop your own strategy, discipline, and approach to the market. I offer my suggestions as one who has traveled the road before you. Perhaps I can act as a guide for you and save you from falling into some of the pitfalls that befell me. But in the end, the decisions must be your own. Chapter 13. Livermore's luck sours. In war there is no substitute for victory. General Douglas MacArthur. The usual foursome was gathered for Livermore's usual Monday night high-stakes bridge game. Walter Chrysler, Alfred Sloan, Ely Culbertson, and Jesse Livermore. There was a knock at the closed library door. "Come in," Livermore said. The butler entered, leading a cow with a big blue bow tied around her neck. Dorothy followed him in and said, "I hope I'm not interrupting." "No, darling, of course not." "Why would you think you were interrupting by bringing a living, breathing cow into the library while we're playing bridge?" Livermore responded. "JL, I did it for a reason. It's your coffee break now, and you're always complaining about how the cream is never fresh, especially for those solitary 6 o'clock breakfasts. I thought the cow would help." The players broke up laughing. Dorothy and the butler left after the butler served the coffee. The cow was left behind. The foursome returned to their bridge hands and started to play, ignoring the cow, who was just standing there looking around when Chrysler said, "JL, I think you better get that bovine out of here before she does her business on your $20,000 Persian carpet." They cracked up again as they watched Livermore get up and personally escort the cow out of the library, yelling for Dorothy and the butler. Dorothy was the perfect foil for Livermore. She was his mirror image, his perfect match, and he knew it. She was spontaneous, he was reserved. She blurted out whatever was in her brain, and no one ever knew what was really in Livermore's brain. Together they made larger people of each other, and they both knew it. Livermore's greatest years, personally and in the market, were between 1920 and 1930. He entered the 1930s with great hope, but he was faced with increasingly severe personal problems. Dorothy was drinking heavily, and they were fighting constantly. The boys were always sent away to school and summer camp. They felt alienated and distant from their parents and, as a result, shunned them. Jesse Jr., a remarkably handsome, high-spirited boy, was growing into manhood and starting to get into trouble. He was having difficulty in school and fighting with both his parents when he was at home for the summer. Livermore himself was always attracted to beautiful women. Showgirls were his Achilles heel. He had a magnetic presence thanks to his power, money, and mysterious ways. Women were attracted to him like moths to a flame. Showgirls and actresses were a perfect setup for him. He could date them, go out, have a good time, then usually forget about them and move on to the next relationship. But his liaisons were constantly filtering back to Dorothy. She hated it. She had been 18 when she married him, and she had no experience with men other than Livermore. She was frustrated and hurt. He was the love of her life, and she could feel him drifting away from her. This all manifested itself in payback when Dorothy met a very handsome treasury agent, a prohibition specialist named J. Walter Longcope. She had an affair of her own. Longcope was semi-famous for his undercover work in New York City in 1927. Handsome as a movie star, he had the good looks of a young Gary Cooper. Longcope was part of a group of revenue agents who posed as thirsty college students looking for fun. They busted the flamboyant Texas Guinan, a famous woman of the 1920s, who ran one of the biggest speakeasies in New York. Longcope was quoted as saying his undercover group spent $7,000 in expense account money, drinking and dining while obtaining crucial evidence for the famous raid he led on Guinan's 300 Club. There was a well-publicized trial after the raid in which Longcope served as a witness. Guinan was acquitted. She had many friends in high places. Dorothy finally filed for divorce and took up temporary residence in Reno, Nevada, with her new lover, Agent Longcope. On Friday, September 16, 1932, she divorced the great financier on grounds of desertion. They had been married since December 2, 1918, 14 years. Dorothy retained custody of the boys. Judge Thomas F. Moran sat on the bench for the hearing. In order to have the divorce validated, Livermore had to take the stand himself and affirm that he had deserted his wife on July 15, 1931. As he spoke, he looked over at Dorothy, who had matured but was still beautiful. He said what he was supposed to. Judge Moran granted the divorce decree. Livermore and Dorothy left the courtroom a few minutes later, walking side by side, not speaking. She took one final look at him. They stood there in the lobby of the courtroom, face to face in silence. Livermore shook his head and walked away. Dorothy immediately walked over to Longcope, who stood in a corner. She took his arm and walked back into the courtroom. She smiled at Judge Moran, who smiled back at her before he began the wedding ceremony. She later told her sons that she was a single woman for almost 20 minutes. It reminded Livermore of his first Reno divorce from Nettie Jordan on December 2, 1918, and his marriage the next day to Dorothy, history almost repeating itself. Livermore followed the same settlement plan as he had in his first divorce. He gave Dorothy everything she wanted, the house, the jewels, and a $1 million trust fund for herself and each of the boys, as well as a $1 million hand-picked stock market portfolio. Livermore always believed he could make more money for himself. All he needed was a decent stake of cash to carry on in the market, so why not give his former wives what they wanted? Dorothy's first act after her marriage to Longcope was to sell the $1 million stock portfolio Livermore had chosen. She bought railroad bonds. She was angry, very angry. Her drinking increased. Later, the safe railroad bonds would become worthless. The stocks Livermore picked for her would rise in price to over $50 million by the 1950s. She did not care. She wanted his memory gone, but he would never really be gone from her life. She spoke of him at least once every day for the remainder of her life. Livermore left Reno and returned to New York. He sank like a stone. He disappeared into a deep, dark depression. The same dark cloud that had never been far from him all his life now totally enveloped him. Soon after the divorce, Livermore met Harriet Metz Noble of Omaha, Nebraska. They met in New York through Alexander P. Moore, who introduced them at a cocktail party in his New York penthouse. Attracted to each other, they immediately began to go out at night, particularly to the Stork Club, where Livermore was very well known. He was a close friend of the owner, Sherman Billingsley. The Stork Club was the place to be and to be seen in the 1930s. One evening, when Harriet and Livermore were there for late drinks, in walked Georgie Jessel, a great wit and master of ceremonies. He was always full of surprises. This evening he had a tall, startlingly beautiful black woman on his arm. She towered over Georgie by at least a foot. The unwritten law in the Stork Club was that blacks were not welcome. Jessel knew this. Nevertheless, he walked up to the maitre d' and asked for a table. The maitre d' went immediately to Billingsley and asked him what to do. Billingsley rose from the table and walked up to Jessel and his date. A silence fell over the room as Billingsley spoke. "Georgie, you have a reservation." The maitre d' says no. Jessel put his arm around his date and said, "Yes, Sherman, I have a reservation here at the Stork Club, and it was made by a very important man a long time ago." "And who might that be, Georgie?" Billingsley asked. "Abraham Lincoln. He made my reservation for me." The room exploded into laughter. Livermore rose from his table and walked over to Jessel, who had been invited to parties at his home in Great Neck. "Hello, Georgie," Livermore said. "I have room at my table for you and your tall friend, so why don't you join us?" "My pleasure, JL. It's always my pleasure to join a gentleman." They walked to the table, and the room settled back to normal. The next day Billingsley called and thanked Livermore for diffusing the situation of the night before. Harriet was a wealthy woman whose family owned the Metz Brewery in Omaha. She had been an accredited concert singer and New York socialite. After 6 months of dating, she and Livermore decided to get married. On March 28, 1933, Livermore and the 38-year-old Harriet were married in Geneva, Illinois. There was no honeymoon. It was Harriet's fifth marriage. All four of her previous husbands had committed suicide. The newlyweds immediately moved into a beautiful suite of rooms occupying an entire floor of the Sherry Netherland Hotel on Fifth Avenue across from Central Park. The apartment consisted of a beautiful living and dining area, a library, and two large bedrooms. On May 30, 1933, Congress passed the Securities Exchange Act. The Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, was formed in 1934, headed by Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of John F. Kennedy, who wrote the SEC rules. President Roosevelt had asked Kennedy to write the legislation, which would go on to withstand the test of time. Roosevelt reportedly said to Kennedy, with a smile, "Joe, since you have probably done everything a person can do on the stock exchange to make money, I believe I can safely assume that you're the man to write the new rules." As a reward, Kennedy was later appointed ambassador to Britain, a highly prestigious post. Kennedy was a student of Andrew Carnegie, the great steel robber baron who said, "Money always sanctifies itself in the second generation." Kennedy wanted to start in the first generation. He had several sons to make into presidents and many sins to sanctify. These new rules changed the market complexion. Now the issuers of stock had to work within the rules. The government's aim was to protect the buyers. The character of the market changed for a while, but human nature did not change for a second. Livermore studied the new rules and wondered if he would have to change his rules and strategies to adjust to the new rules. Later he said with a smile, there were no serious changes necessary with the new rules coming into effect. Dorothy, Livermore's former wife, had vowed she would never return to Evermore after the divorce. She wanted nothing more to do with the estate. The memories tortured her, but she did return to live there for a short time. She had several small dogs. She refused to take them for walks on the expansive estate. She did nothing to stop them from urinating and defecating on the priceless Persian rugs. When the rugs became too foul and the stench was too much, she had them rolled up and thrown into the trash. The foundation for one of the rooms in the mansion had sunk about 3 inches. The room was sloped down on the water side. One day Dorothy and the butler walked into the room and leveled the antique furniture by sawing the appropriate legs. This included sawing the legs of a Louis Roman XIV desk valued at $100,000, as well as several other pieces of that quality. Finally, she collected up some of the furnishings, carpets, art, and mementos and moved them into her New York apartment. When the taxes came due, she refused to pay them. She sent a letter to Livermore and told him to pay the taxes. He ignored her. She was advised that the house and contents would be sold at auction if she did not pay the tax bill. "So, let them sell the house and everything in it. Why would I care? They're all bad memories for me now." Inside the house was one of the finest collections of antique furniture that had ever been assembled in America. Livermore had spent millions collecting it. The property, exclusive of the furniture, was appraised at $1.35 million in 1932. Livermore had spent over $150,000 on landscaping the property alone. The silverware was appraised at $100,000. There was $309,000 in jade ornaments. There was a $10,000 needlepoint screen, and there was Dorothy's custom Rolls-Royce, worth $22,000. The auction hammer fell on June 22, 1933. The house and property went for $168,000. The needlepoint screen went for $800, and Mrs. Guggenheim of New York bought Dorothy's jet black Rolls-Royce convertible with the gold embossed letters DL on the doors for $4750. The total amount rendered at the auction for the property and all the furnishings was $250,000. The country was in the very depths of the Great Depression. Early the next morning, ensconced in his office, Livermore read of the auction in the newspaper. He took a deep breath, folded the newspaper, and dropped it in the trash can. He sat still, lifeless, in his chair, staring at the green chalkboards and the secret markings that had always looked to him like the sheet music for a symphony performed only for himself. Today, it was just a jumble of glyphs. He looked out the window at New York waking up. His eyes misted over. He took a deep breath as the door opened and Harry Edgar Dake walked in with the first of the chalkboard markers. They nodded at the boss. The board marker silently put on his alpaca jacket and headphones. He climbed the steps to post the London and Paris markets, which were hours ahead of New York. Livermore looked away from the board and back at the newspaper in the trash basket. He still had his boys, his two beautiful boys. Shortly after the house in Great Neck was auctioned, Dorothy had her friend, confidant, and employee, Lucian, drive to the entrance of her apartment in New York City in her 16-cylinder light gray Cadillac convertible. She jumped into the back seat with a picnic basket and a few bottles of whiskey. "Lucian, I want to go to Santa Barbara." "Where's that?" Lucian asked. "California." "When, madam?" "Now we'll be fine, Lucian. Let's get going." "Why?" he asked. "Because it is far away from that bastard Jesse Livermore as I can get, and I want the boys far away from him and his women." They were going through a nasty custody battle for the children. Livermore believed that Dorothy was drinking too heavily, and she believed his libertine attitude toward women was not healthy for the boys. "I see," Lucian said. Well aware of the couple's battles, he put the car in gear and started driving. "And Lucian, I heard from a friend it is the center of fun for those Californians who count," she added. Lucian drove and drove and drove until they reached Santa Barbara, with Dorothy hardly ever leaving the back seat, keeping the top down as much as possible, enjoying her picnic lunches and drinks in the back. When they reached Santa Barbara, she went immediately to a real estate agent and rented the biggest furnished house she could find. She found one in Montecito, a big, obscene, pink stucco mansion. There was more bad news for Livermore. He learned, through a private detective, that Boston Billy Monahan wanted revenge for what he believed was an excessive sentence. He thought Livermore and the other powerful people he had robbed had lobbied the judge to put him away forever and set an example. Livermore had never spoken to the judge. However, he was not sure about the other rich people who had been Monahan's victims. On September 23, 1933, in a seemingly unrelated incident, there was a murder on board a gambling ship, the Johanna Smith, anchored 3 miles off the Long Beach, California, coast. There had been a wild argument between Buell Dawson, a young, well-known gangster, and James Walsh, a recently released convict and former cellmate of Boston Billy Monahan. The argument had been resolved when Walsh pulled a pistol and shot Dawson dead. The police found the murder weapon in a washroom and confronted Walsh with it. There were also several witnesses to the murder. Walsh confessed and explained to the police that the shooting took place as a result of a fierce argument between the two men as to the best method of kidnapping Livermore and El Doheny, a wealthy Californian in the oil business. The news shook Livermore. It was one more thing that he did not need in his life. On October 27, 1933, a breach of promise civil suit was filed in the New York Supreme Court against Livermore by Nadia Krasnova, an outstanding beauty and actress, who had been Livermore's long-term mistress. Her suit was for $250,000. This suit upset his new wife, Harriet, who had known nothing of the long-term affair. She was a naturally possessive and jealous woman. This revelation of another woman, her new husband's lover, led to major discord in the marriage. They battled almost every day about the affair with Nadia. Harriet made him vow to call her every hour on the hour, no matter where he was, no matter what he was doing. "You have broken your trust with me. I doubt if I can ever forgive you." This was just one more thing that was not going right in Livermore's life. Perhaps the bigger question was why Livermore needed a mistress when he had a new wife. What was missing from his life? Plus, Livermore knew he was losing his trading skills. His attention, discipline, and energy were all deteriorating. His passion for the market was waning, and he did not know why. Was it the divorce from Dorothy? Was it not seeing the boys very often? Was it his new wife driving him down? Had his success in the 1929 crash caused him to lose interest in the market? Could he not deal with success? Was it 1907 all over again when he had lost his fortune? Where were the blackness, the despair, and the emptiness coming from? Where had they always come from? Was there nothing that would make his soul happy, give him peace and real contentment? On December 19, 1933, Livermore fell into the deepest depression of his life. He left the apartment he now lived in at 1100 Park Avenue at 3 p.m. and did not return home. Harriet called the police. He normally calls me every hour on the hour. I fear something has happened to him. A confidential wire was sent over the teletype system at 232 on the morning of December 20, reporting that the famous financier was missing. The teletype was terse and gave no information except a brief description of Livermore and his age, 56. It was later reported to the police that Livermore had failed to keep an appointment with a friend at the Waldorf Astoria that afternoon. His chauffeur, who had been waiting outside, told the police that Livermore had told him that he would not be needed and then hailed a cab, disappearing into the city. The news spread immediately down the corridors of Wall Street. City and state police were called in on the case. They investigated all the possibilities: amnesia, suicide, and kidnapping. They were sure that if it were a kidnapping, they would receive a ransom note any moment. The kidnapping possibility brought the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, into the picture. Livermore's attorney, James O'Gorman, spoke to the press. "I'm conducting my own private investigation, and I'm betting Mr. Livermore will be back within 24 hours. At 6:15 Wednesday night, Livermore returned to his apartment through the private entrance on 89th Street, 26 hours after he had departed. Reporters were gathered at the entrance. Livermore walked past them without speaking and went directly up to his apartment. There were detectives inside talking to Harriet. He looked pale and wan, shaky. He sat down and spoke to them. "I just saw the papers and realized that you were looking for me." "Where have you been?" Harriet asked. "I've been frantic with worry about you. I thought maybe you'd been kidnapped." "No, I was in a hotel." "What hotel?" asked Detective Captain Louis Hams. "The Hotel Pennsylvania," Livermore responded. He handed the key to his wife, who handed it to the police. "How did you get down there?" Hams asked. "Taxi." "What happened?" Harriet demanded. "I don't know. I've been in a daze since I left yesterday. I awakened this afternoon dazed and confused, then I finally read the paper that was shoved under my door. I immediately came back." "Was it amnesia then?" Hams asked. "I don't know. I blacked out." Later, Captain Hams explained to the press that he had no idea what ailment Jesse Livermore was suffering from to cause him to disappear. "Livermore said he had no idea we were looking for him, and when he found out he rushed right home." The police located the cab driver, Abe Camerick, and questioned him. The driver told the police that when Livermore entered the cab, he immediately threw up all over the back seat. He was sweating and his hands were shaking. He also said that Livermore paid him real good to clean up the awful mess. The police investigated further at the Hotel Pennsylvania. They found that Livermore had been staying in the suite of J.L. Lord, a permanent guest of the hotel who kept a room year-round. The police tried to locate Lord with no success. They dropped the case, since they now knew Livermore was safe. Had the police persisted in their investigation, they would have found out that J.L. Lord was an alias that Livermore used to rent the room. He had rented the room for years. It was in this very hotel that Livermore had conducted his dalliances during the time he was married to Dorothy, including his long-term liaison with the beautiful Nadia Krasnova, the Greta Garbo look-alike. Livermore's spirit left him. His personality changed. Even his friends began to notice that the great bear of Wall Street had lost his claws. He was despondent, distant. His thoughts seemed blurry and disconnected. His all-consuming interest in the market was dying. He moved his offices to 120 Broadway and let his chalkboard markers go. He stopped seeing his core of old friends, Ed Hutton, Walter Chrysler, Ed Kelly, Alexander P. Moore, and William Durant. He stopped his bridge games at the Metropolitan Club, something he had loved, and also dropped poker and backgammon. Even his appearance seemed to change. He was still a natty dresser, but he was now just slightly behind the fashions. He also had a vacant stare much of the time, a long, distant stare that perplexed his friends, who felt that he was staring off into space even when they were talking to him. He was also having serious problems with his son Jesse Jr. He had found out that Jesse, a handsome lad who looked older than his years, had been having sex with some of the women in their Great Neck set, some of Dorothy's friends. He had started having sex with these women when he was 14. He had also discovered the liquor cabinet when he was 14, and he liked what liquor did to him. Young Jesse was having trouble at his school, Choate, and he hated the fact that his mother had moved to Santa Barbara. "There is no place that I can think of that is further away from that man," she had explained to him and her friends after she moved. Jesse had loved living in New York and being near his father, who doted on him, giving him whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted it. Jesse loved his father and vice versa. There was nothing Livermore would not do for Jesse, and it was ruining the boy. Dorothy knew this and took special pains to make it difficult for Livermore to see the boys. This worked very well for Livermore's new wife, Harriet, who hated the boys because they distracted his attention from her. Paul, Livermore's other son, a sensitive and handsome boy, had a different temperament from that of his wild brother Jesse, who was full of mischief and cunning. Paul was a gentle person, calm and placid, happy to be by himself on the great estate, or playing with his brother Jesse on the beach in front of the breakers. He had a highly creative mind, was good with his hands, and could fix or build anything, like his grandfather. Paul was aware that Jesse got all the attention, but he was not envious. He was content within himself. In fact, Paul was slightly in awe of his brother and wondered how he could walk such a tightrope between their parents, often using their intense feelings for each other and for himself against them, manipulating them easily. Things in general turned sour for Livermore. His financial fortunes snowballed downhill at a rapid rate. Articles started to appear in the press revealing judgments against him. The first article appeared on January 10, 1934, in the New York Times, outlining a $13,130 judgment in favor of John J. Tierney, a member of the New York Stock Exchange. Another appeared on February 2, 1934, reporting a judgment of $90,840 in favor of brokers Benjamin Block and Company. Ben Block was a friend of Livermore's. Livermore made no attempt to defend the suits, and they were all lost in summary judgments. Livermore was finally leveled on March 5, 1934. He filed for bankruptcy in federal court. Samuel Gilman, the great trader's attorney, gave a statement to the New York Times. "On each of the 3 previous occasions on which my client has failed, he has ultimately paid 100 cents on the dollar to all his creditors. I can assure you that Mr. Livermore will once again triumph over his present difficulties." The disputed breach of promise claim by Nadia Krasnova was also included and settled in the bankruptcy. What no one knew was that Livermore, through his friend Alexander P. Moore, had secretly given her $5,000 to help her move to California. On his lawyer's advice, Livermore had borrowed $100,000 from Harriet. The loan was secured by the interest from his $1 million trust fund, a trust fund that he had set up in such an ironclad way that he could never touch the principal. This trust fund survived the bankruptcy. On March 7, 1934, the bankrupt Livermore was automatically suspended as a member of the Chicago Board of Trade. It was never disclosed to anyone what had happened to the great fortune he had made in the crash of 1929, 5 years earlier. He had lost it all. Livermore was, of course, depressed and disoriented. He was on the brink of personal disaster as well. On December 1, 1934, he set sail on the Italian ocean liner Rex. He said to the New York Times on his departure, "This is a long-belated wedding present for me and my wife. I intend to study the European commodity markets as a basis for my comeback." "Do you think you'll come back this time, Mr. Livermore?" a reporter asked. "I have made comebacks before, but this one will take longer because world market conditions are worse," he answered. What he really meant was that it would take him longer to get back on his feet because he had lost his emotional balance, and he was not sure if he would ever get it back. "What will you deal in?" he was asked. "I expect I will deal in wheat and other commodities." Rumors and stories were constantly spread about Livermore. He was always fascinating to the press and the Wall Street crowd. For example, there was the black cat story spread by a Wall Street stockbroker who said he knew how Livermore had called the crash of 1929. The broker claimed he had found a cat with magical powers. The broker took the cat home and his luck changed. He immediately made a big hit on the market, and every time the cat had a litter of kittens, he would call Livermore, who would reverse his position in the market, If he were long, he would go short and vice versa. "That damn cat made Livermore a fortune," the broker said. "Then one day a year ago my cat died, and it destroyed Livermore. That's why he went bankrupt and lost his fortune." Livermore also languished under the cloud of being the great bear of Wall Street. He had been blamed as one of the main causes of the crash of 1929. But he found this ridiculous, because he believed that no one person or group could ever change the overall direction of the market, or even drive a stock down for a sustained period of time. He knew that it was ultimately the sales and profits of a stock, the financial backbone of a company, that won out in the end, even though there could be a bumpy ride in the journey. Nevertheless, people still blamed him, sometimes yelling at him in public. "Companies that make money consistently rise consistently," Livermore told all who would listen. For the public, the non-professional stock players, there was always the famous gray they in the market. They were raiding steel today. They were behind General Motors all week, pushing it up. They had a full-fledged bear raid going on with Standard Oil. They were distributing stock right now because they knew the market was finished. They were led by that bastard Livermore and his bastard friends. The public believed there was a club, headed by a powerful person or group, that ran the market. The club supposedly consisted of people like Livermore, James Keene, John Bet A Million Gates, Bernard Baruch, William Durant, Arthur Cutton, and the Fisher brothers. These people were believed to simply manipulate the market as they desired, so the small trader was always the sucker. The public also had a strong view on price movements. Any influences that pushed the market up were positive influences, and any influences that forced the market down were negative influences. This was based on the premise that it was always good for prices to rise, because when prices were rising, the brokers, customers, company executives, and investing public were happy and getting rich. But any person who was involved with the decline of stock prices or making a profit from that decline was therefore a monster, and most likely was unpatriotic to boot. For Livermore, this attitude toward bears in the market was ludicrous. It ignored the facts of what really happened. Livermore said to the New York Times, "The public believes that this group of elite men can drive a stock far below its real value, its basic value. If such a stock goes down, the public then erroneously presumes that there is a group of super traders, super speculators, super financiers who are severely punishing the stock, pushing it below its real value, to create an absolute bargain. The public wrongly assumes that smart speculators will not step in and buy it at the depressed prices." There were people who firmly believed that if the bear in the stock market could be declawed and caged forever, the markets would go in only one direction, up, up, up. No one has ever been able to prove that short selling damages markets. In fact, there is a strong belief among many speculators that a large short position actually represents a large reserve of buying power, because all that stock must be bought to cover the shorts at some future date. There is also a contrarian theory that states that most investors are wrong most of the time in foreseeing the direction of a stock or the overall market. So if the short interest rises past a certain point, contrarian speculators believe that this is a valid signal that indicates it is the time to go long. Livermore was an independent thinker. He believed that the market was set up to fool most of the people most of the time. Certainly, there was no one who could call the market direction or the direction of a stock all the time. If that was possible, that person would already be the richest person on the planet. Livermore believed in the free market system with limited government interference. He said, "In a free market system, prices fluctuate. They never go up all the time and they never go down all the time. This is good." All this did not stop people from tarring Livermore with accusations of being a ravaging bear and having caused the great crash. He was ready for his trip to Europe. He needed it to regain his sanity, but he did not know that his greatest personal tragedy was just ahead of him. Chapter 14. The shooting of Jesse Livermore, Jr. He remembered poor Julian and his romantic awe of them, and how he had started a story that began, "The very rich are different from you and me. Yes, they have more money." Ernest Hemingway, The Snows of Kilimanjaro. Thanksgiving Day, November 29, 1935. It was late. They were both drunk. Jesse Jr., 16 years old but looking 20, stood tall and defiant in the living room, unsteady on his feet, wavering slightly from drink. He looked athletic in his tan slacks and white shirt, with his white tennis sweater casually tied around his shoulders. Dorothy sat pie-eyed drunk on the couch. There had been a Thanksgiving party at Dorothy's rented pink stucco mansion in Santa Barbara, where she had moved permanently after her house in Great Neck had been auctioned. She had divorced Jim Longcope, the prohibition agent, in August, and was now having a fling with D.B. Neville who, like Longcope, was handsome, charming, and had a deep interest in her money. Some of her companions blatantly stole from her. Both Jesse and Paul were home for the holidays and would be returning to school shortly. Paul would head back to the Hotchkiss School in Northwest Connecticut, a tough, highly disciplined environment, and Jesse would be going to his new school, the exclusive Laguna Bianca, which he desperately did not want to attend. He had finally left Choate, where it was almost obligatory for every student to have his own horse for polo. For years, both his mother and his father had labeled him as incorrigible. He only laughed when they told him to straighten out. Jesse did not want to return to any school. He told his mother that he wanted to go to Europe instead and have some fun. After the party, he took off in his 16-cylinder dual exhaust Chrysler convertible, which was equipped with cutouts to bypass the mufflers. There was no mistaking when Jesse was behind the wheel and the cutouts were engaged. He could be heard throughout the quiet neighborhoods of Santa Barbara. Livermore had called his good friend Walter Chrysler to buy the prototype sports car and have it shipped to California. For Jesse, nothing was too good for his favorite son. Jesse drove fast and skillfully, drunk or sober. After the Thanksgiving party, Jesse had gone out for a drive to see a girl and stop at the Biltmore Hotel for a few drinks. Afterward, Jesse dropped the girl off and stormed into the house, blazing drunk after midnight. His mother was in the living room drinking with Neville when Jesse walked in. Her son saw her and her companion in the living room. "You've been drinking," she said. "You're drunk, Mother." "So don't tell me I've been drinking." Jesse walked over to the bar and raised a full bottle of whiskey to his lips. "I'll show you that a man, a real man, can outdrink any woman." Dorothy jumped from the couch and smacked the bottle out of his hands. "I'd rather see my son dead than drinking himself to death." Livermore bolted out of the room to the nearby small guest house on the property. He returned brandishing a shotgun. He handed the stock of the shotgun to his mother and said, "Here, go ahead and shoot me. I dare you." Neville leapt from the couch and intervened. He wrestled the gun from Dorothy's hands. He quickly ran from the room to hide the shotgun. As he did, Jesse bolted up the steps and flew into his brother's bedroom. Paul awoke and looked at his brother. "What's going on?" he asked. "Your mother wants to kill me." "Why?" "Never mind why. Where's your rifle?" "In the closet." "Ammo?" "Right next to it." 22 longs, Paul said, studying his brother. He watched as his brother quickly slipped around expertly into the chamber and locked it. It was a bolt-action, single-shot rifle. Everyone in the family was a crack shot and knew all about guns. Jesse turned as he reached the bedroom doorway. "Go back to sleep, Paul. There's something I have to do." This was not the first dramatic drunken scene Paul had witnessed between mother and brother. Jesse flipped off the light switch, and Paul rolled over in his bed, pulling the covers over his head. Jesse raced down the circular stairwell, rifle in hand. His mother stood at the foot of stairs. She looked up at him. He flipped the gun around and thrust the stock of the rifle into her hands. She was adept with weapons. Her small finger automatically wrapped around the trigger as the stock slipped down her forearm. "Now's your chance, Mother. Your chance to kill me, but you don't have the nerve to pull the trigger." With her finger around the trigger, Jesse suddenly pulled the barrel toward himself. Fire shot from the muzzle. The bullet entered his chest 1 inch from his heart, traveled past his liver and rested near the spine. He collapsed on the stairs and rolled bleeding to the floor. Neville entered after disposing of the shotgun and found the boy slumped at the foot of the stairs. Dorothy bellowed at the top of her voice over and over again. "Oh my God, I've shot my son. I've shot my boy. I shot my boy, oh God, God, God." Paul bolted out of bed at the sound of the gunshot. He ran down the stairs to see his brother in a heap, bleeding. He ran to get Lucian, Dorothy's friend and employee, who was asleep in the guest room. Paul woke him and brought him to the living room. Lucian immediately called Dr. Neville Usher, who came immediately to the home. As he arrived, so did Deputy Sheriff Jack Ross. Dorothy was still shouting, "I've shot my boy," over and over. An ambulance appeared just ahead of the doctor and the sheriff. Jesse was taken immediately to Cottage Hospital. As he was slipped into the ambulance, he whispered to the paramedics, "I'm all right. It's nothing. Don't blame Mother." At the hospital, he was still drunk and in great pain when they gave him a whopping dose of morphine to kill the pain. Before he was lost to the drugs, he told the police investigators, "It was an accident. That's all I wish to say about it. I'm too tired to talk now anyway." He then slipped away into sleep. Livermore was in St. Louis, Missouri, with Nina, as he called his new wife Harriet, when he got the news. He chartered a plane to take him to Los Angeles. A chauffeur-driven Ford Phaeton was waiting at the airport to pick him up and speed him to Santa Barbara. The case was covered in great detail by the New York Times and the New York Daily News. In Los Angeles, he told the press with clenched teeth, "If anything has happened to that boy, I will see that she pays." Santa Barbara District Attorney Percy Heckendorf and Deputy Sheriff Jack Ross questioned Dorothy for 2 hours but found her dazed and in shock, not making any real sense. She was put in a private room in the hospital and given a shot to quiet her down and put her to sleep. When she awoke, she was placed under arrest and taken to the county jail for more questioning. The next day, the doctor issued a press statement. Jesse Livermore Jr. is slightly improved, but little change in his basic condition is expected for several hours. District Attorney Heckendorf made a statement of his own. Pending the outcome of the boy's final condition, she will be charged with assault with intent to kill. He was implying that he was waiting to see whether Jesse would die. In that event, they were going to charge Dorothy with murder. When Livermore arrived on the scene, he went directly to see the doctors and then his son. He looked down at him and said, "Fight, son, please fight. I'm standing by you, my boy." On December 2, 1935, while Jesse was still fighting for his life against incipient pneumonia and shock, Dorothy was arraigned on a charge of assault with a deadly weapon with the intent to commit murder. She pleaded not guilty, and the following Monday was set for a preliminary hearing. Her bail was set at $9,000. The authorities were convinced she would not go far from her son, even if she had shot him. The story was big news, carried on all the wire services and in all the important papers in the country. The boy plunger, the great bear of Wall Street, was in the news again, only this time it was a tragedy, a real tragedy. Livermore checked into the El Mirasol Hotel in downtown Santa Barbara. When Dorothy was released from jail, she went immediately to the hospital and pleaded with the doctors, "I want to see my son, my boy. I must see him." But the surgeons refused. "Just for a moment," she begged. "No, not even for a moment. His condition is very sensitive," the surgeons replied. They had decided not to operate to remove the bullet from where it was lodged near his spine until he was stronger. The bullet had missed his heart by scant inches. The news spread like wildfire. Dorothy got a call from Edward J. Riley, a famous lawyer who had defended Bruno Hauptmann in the Lindbergh kidnapping case, wanting to represent her. But Harrison Ryan, vice chairman of the California Bar Association, was selected, and Livermore paid his fees. Ryan had acted for Livermore in his divorce from Dorothy. When Ryan was asked if Livermore thought his wife was guilty of trying to kill her own son, Ryan was quick to point out that it should be obvious that Mr. Livermore, by retaining my services, is himself interested and active in his ex-wife's defense on these charges. That speaks for itself. Ryan was a powerful California lawyer. He said that he and Livermore had already designed her defense. "It's the unloaded gun defense. It is clear to myself and Mr. Livermore that the discharge of the gun was purely accidental. The defense will prove that Mrs. Livermore did not do the shooting on purpose. Mrs. Livermore had no knowledge or suspicion that the gun was loaded." Then Jesse's physicians announced that Jesse had said, "I don't want to see either my mother or my father. I want to lie here and think things over for a week or so. And I don't want to see the district attorney either." The district attorney went along. In deference to the boy's request, and his doctor's concurrence, I will agree to put off the questioning. I have plans to assemble more details of the shooting over the next few days. Livermore took action. He sent an airplane to pick up Dr. Joseph Davignon, a gunshot wound expert from Lake Placid. It was also announced that Dorothy would not be arraigned until after the Christmas and New Year's Day holidays. The final announcement informed the public that Livermore had filed suit to recover custody of both of his sons. He was given custody of Paul immediately on a temporary arrangement. On December 6, 1935, there was a piece on the shooting in the New York Times. The 16-year-old boy, Jesse Livermore Jr.'s physical wound is not the only wound. From the stories that have been told so far by the press, it is plain that the boy was caught in a crossfire between his unhappy and embittered elders. As a result, he has suffered intense spiritual hurt. The various articles covering the shooting were read avidly by those on Wall Street. Then a turn for the worse came on December 16, as the Times reported. The condition of Jesse L. Livermore Jr. was reported as exceedingly grave at Cottage Hospital. After a week of slow but steady progress toward recovery from a bullet wound inflicted in a quarrel by a shot fired by his mother, the youth took a turn for the worse yesterday. He spent today under an oxygen tent while the doctors studied new X-ray photographs and made lab tests of the fluid from the wound area in his lower chest. It was not until January 6, 1936, that Jesse was declared out of danger. But for months, it was still necessary for his doctor or an attending nurse to tap his chest for fluid every other day to prevent infection. Later in his life, Jesse would tell his wife Pat that the doctors and nurses would come into his room, ream out the wound using an antiseptic and a Q-tip, and then drain it. Every time, he would scream in pain at the top of his lungs, cursing his mother for shooting him and his father for ignoring him all his life. Even the morphine did not help. Finally, on March 5, 1936, Dorothy was exonerated of all charges before Ernest Wagner, a justice of the peace. It was Judge Wagner who had ordered the complaint charging Dorothy with assault with intent to kill after the preliminary hearing in January. Jesse testified that he would assume all blame for the shooting, which had followed an argument over his drinking. Dr. Neville Usher, who was first on the scene and attended Jesse through his long convalescence, testified that Dorothy had been under the influence of alcohol and was incapable of remembering anything she might have said at the time. When specifically questioned about her having said, "I have shot my boy. I've shot my son," the respected physician replied he could not recall that he had ever heard her say that. Months later, on March 25, the bullet lodged near Jesse's spine was finally removed at Postgraduate Hospital in New York City. Dr. John Moorhead, chief of surgeons at the hospital, performed the operation. But Jesse would always have a scar and a slight curvature of the spine, which he did his best to hide. He was also, because of this wound, rejected for military service in World War II. Livermore was given permanent custody of both boys. In 1935, Livermore had moved into the Sherry Netherland Hotel on Fifth Avenue across from Central Park. The Sherry Netherland was an exclusive, elegant hotel residence for some of the most prominent people in the world. Livermore took an entire upper floor. The apartment suite was spacious, furnished with Livermore and his new wife's favorite things. There was a kitchen, living room, dining room, den, and 2 bedrooms, including one for Paul when he was home, which was rarely. A maid who also cooked came every day, and of course, there was always room service available to provide anything they wanted. Paul lived with his father and Harriet when he was not at boarding school or away at summer camp. Paul hated living there and called his father's new wife the bitch witch. He found her a dark and depressing presence. He could feel her hatred for him and his brother. She wanted his father's undivided attention. One afternoon, he was playing soccer on the fields of Hotchkiss, his boarding school in Lakeville, Connecticut, when one of his friends came up to him. He said, "Paul, isn't that your mother coming up the drive?" The boy pointed at a black Rolls, his father's Rolls. Dorothy often borrowed Livermore's Rolls and chauffeur to drive her to visit Paul. Paul ran over, and out of the car stepped Harriet, his stepmother, a surprise visit. She scared him so deeply that he ran across the soccer fields to his dormitory, screaming. His father later made him call and apologize to Harriet, but that did not stop his fear of her. She was very possessive of his father and insisted on summer camp for Paul so he would not be in the apartment with them during his summer vacation. Paul always brought home a school chum over holidays in order to insulate himself from her. He also needed the company for the long periods of time he would otherwise be alone in the apartment. On July 31, 1936, Dorothy Livermore Longcope sued Livermore in a New York court. She wanted a summons issued against him to obtain money for the hospital expenses Jesse had incurred after the shooting. The judge refused to issue a summons and advised her to carry out other legal remedies. He threw the case out of court. Livermore was informed of the action and could only shake his head in astonishment. When Jesse was well, fully recovered, Livermore sent him on the trip to Europe he had wanted. Livermore himself stayed at home. Livermore's next battle was with the Internal Revenue Service after he was hit with an $800,000 tax bill. He negotiated and settled the claim with the IRS in the same year. In the summer, he was ready for a fishing excursion. He chartered the Ranger, a deep-sea fishing boat that ran out of Montauk Point. In the early afternoon, trolling off Montauk slightly into Long Island Sound, he hooked into a broadbill swordfish. Locked into the fighting chair, he fought the fish for over an hour using only 36-pound test line. The fish ran long and hard, jumping, sounding, but with an expert captain, John Sweeting, at the helm, it was an equal battle between human and fish. Finally, the fish was brought alongside the boat. It was hoisted out of the water with a block and tackle and weighed at the dock. It weighed 486 pounds and remains a record as the second-largest swordfish ever caught off Montauk Point on rod and reel. 2 years later, on November 14, 1937, at the age of 18, Jesse married Evelyn Sullivan, the daughter of Hen Bletzer, who for years promoted prize fights and operated a bar in Baltimore. Evelyn gave her age as 20, and it was reported that she had been married before, 4 years prior to this wedding. Dorothy was at the wedding to give her blessings. In fact, she assisted in obtaining the license and witnessed the marriage ceremony. Jesse was particularly happy to be out of the oppressive presence of the dour and gloomy Harriet. Livermore did not attend. As a wedding present, he bought his son the Pepsi-Cola bottling franchise for Connecticut. In 1938 and 1939, Livermore sank lower and lower in his depression. He was still playing the markets, but not like in the old days when he would be consumed with energy and passion to get to work, to beat the game, to apply all his energies on the stock market, the grain markets, the overall market. Those high times of the 1920s and the pure fun of living were gone. He had ruined it with his affairs and carrying on. Sure, Dorothy drank, but her drinking only got worse after the affairs, the humiliation and the desertion. Dorothy was complementary mirror image to his personality. He was repressed and cerebral, she was outgoing and instinctive, and she was beautiful. He missed her more as time passed. The fun, the joy, the laughter were gone from his life. He started having recurring nightmares for the first time in his life. In late 1939, Livermore's son Jesse suggested that he write a book about his experiences and techniques in trading in the stock and commodity markets. This brought a flash of life back into Livermore, a mission, a goal, and a purpose. He began at once, thinking perhaps it would rekindle his spirit. The book was completed and published by Dewell, Sloan, and Pierce in March 1940. It was titled How to Trade in Stocks. The book did not sell well. The World War was underway, and the general interest in the stock market was low. His methods were still new and controversial at the time, and they received mixed reviews from the stock market gurus of the period. They remain controversial today. Livermore said that his basic theories were just the beginning, as Sigmund Freud's and Carl Jung's were in the study of the human mind. In his book he said, "I know people will take these thoughts I offer to new and better heights. Don't worry, I won't be jealous. I wish them all well. I agree with Virgil, exoriare aliquis nostris ex ossibus ulter. Let someone arise from my bones as an avenger." Chapter 15. Facing the Grim Reaper. There is a reaper whose name is Death, and with his sickle keen he reaps bearded grain at a breath and the flowers that grow in between. Longfellow, The Reaper and the Flowers. On Wednesday, November 27, 1940, the 63-year-old Livermore and his wife, Harriet, whom he had nicknamed Nina, were at the Stork Club, Livermore's favorite club. The house photographer came up and asked if he could take a photo. "Of course you can," Livermore said, "but it's the last picture you will take because tomorrow I'm going away for a long, long time." Nina was shocked. She asked Livermore, "Laurie, what do you mean?" "Only a joke, darling, only a joke." He smiled back at her. The flashbulb fired. Several people came by from time to join them, and Nina had a few dances with friends. Livermore looked on, a faraway stare in his eye. His food went untouched. He had long since lost his appetite. He looked thin and wan. The next day, November 28, at noon, he wandered up from his offices in the Squibb building at 745 Fifth Avenue and entered the Sherry Netherland Hotel. He stopped to say hello to Eugene Voigt, the manager. He had lived in the hotel for years before moving to Park Avenue. He often stopped by for a cocktail on his walk home from work. At 12:30, he sat down for lunch alone, which was not unusual. He was well known to the staff and a favorite regular at the hotel bar and restaurant. He sat near the bar and accepted his old-fashioned, which the bartender automatically made when he saw him enter. He spoke to no one during lunch. He appeared to the waiter to be distraught and intense. Throughout his lunch, he would whip out his favorite small leather-covered memorandum book and extract the gold pen attached to the chain on his vest to write. He wrote hurriedly, a page or two at a time, like someone who had a lot to say but could only say a little at any moment. Each time he replaced the notebook in his pocket. He did this several times through lunch. He smoked cigarette after cigarette as he sat there. At 2:30, he left the hotel and returned to his office. He came back to the Sherry Netherland at 4:30 in the afternoon and went directly to his favorite table near the bar. As usual, he was handed an old-fashioned as he sat down. Livermore smiled at the waiter but said nothing. He sat there for an hour, taking his notebook out and writing in it, then replacing it. He ordered one more old-fashioned during the hour he sat there. He finally rose from his table and walked out of the bar into the lobby. To get to the men's washroom in this hotel, it was necessary to enter the lobby and walk about 120 feet, through swinging doors that obscured the view, to an area which then led into the banquet room, the cloakroom, and the washrooms. At 5:33, Livermore walked through the swinging doors and slipped through the closed door of the dim, dark cloakroom. He took a seat on the stool at the end of the cloakroom. He withdrew a .32 caliber Colt automatic pistol and slid the barrel back, popping a round into the chamber. The clip was full. He had bought the gun in 1928 when he was living at Livermore. He placed the barrel of the gun behind his right ear and pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through his brain. He died instantly. A few minutes later, the assistant manager, Patrick Murray, was making his hourly rounds when he opened the door to the cloakroom. He saw Livermore slumped in the chair. At first he thought he should not disturb him, that Livermore was asleep. Then he saw a pool of blood on the floor and the gun. He ran back to the reception desk and called the police. The news spread like wildfire. Reporters and newspaper photographers crowded into the hotel lobby. 2 radio cars sped up to the entrance. 4 patrolmen were stationed in the lobby and entrance. Inspector Patrick J. Kenny, who ultimately led the investigation, arrived in an unmarked car along with Captain Edward Mullins of the East 67th Street Station. Inspector Kenny, after appraising the situation, phoned the Livermore apartment on Park Avenue to notify Mrs. Livermore that her husband had shot himself. What are you telling me? He's been ill lately, maybe." "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm afraid your husband is gone from a bullet wound." There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. He heard a thump on the floor. Inspector Kenny was a seasoned officer. He had known people to faint on the phone before from the news he had given them. He sent a squad car over to make sure she was all right. The police phoned Jesse Livermore Jr. to give him the news. He arrived by taxi at 6:45, shaking and visibly upset. He was accompanied by Harry Edgar Dake, Livermore's office manager. Livermore's body had not been moved. Jesse was led into the cloakroom. He walked to the far end where his father was slumped dead on the stool, the gun on the floor in the pool of blood. He identified the body and collapsed, slumping down in the far corner. He was raised to his feet by a police officer and Dake. He would not leave the body. He waited in the lobby until the medical examiner, Inspector Raymond O. Miles, arrived at 9. They left the body untouched until the medical examiner came, examined the scene, and released the body. The medical examiner verified the police verdict of suicide. Dake made immediate arrangements to remove the body to the Campbell Funeral Chapel at Madison Avenue and 81st Street. At 8:30 that same night, Paul Livermore was studying in his room at the Hotchkiss School in Connecticut. There was a knock on the door. "Paul, you're wanted in the headmaster's office," a student told him. Paul walked down the long halls to the headmaster's office. He knocked on the door. "Come in," was the response. Paul stood in front of the headmaster. He was 17, slim, a good athlete and student and movie star, handsome like his brother. He would later actually become an actor in movies and various television series. "Yes, sir," he said. "Young man, I'm afraid I have something to tell you, and there is no easy way to do it." He stepped out from behind his desk. "I'm sorry to have to tell you that your father killed himself this evening in New York. He shot himself. A car and chauffeur have been sent from New York to drive you to the city. The car is waiting outside." Paul stood numb for a second and actually doubled over, as if he had been punched in the stomach. He went down on one knee, dizzy. He felt a wave of nausea sweep over him. He grabbed for the edge of the headmaster's desk. The headmaster circled the desk and helped him to his feet. He gave him a glass of cold water, and after a few short minutes, he walked him to the waiting Packard town car in the driveway, where Frank, the chauffeur, waited, out of uniform. Frank helped him into the back seat. Paul Livermore sat alone in the dark silence of the rear seat of the Packard as the lights flashed by him on the parkways that led back to New York City. He was too numb, too dazed, and too confused to cry. The police revealed that there was a suicide note of 8 small handwritten pages in Livermore's personal notebook. It was reported in the November 30 New York Tribune. The press wanted to know what it said. Tersely, the police responded. There was a leather-bound memo book found in Mr. Livermore's pocket. It was addressed to his wife. A police spokesman read from the notebook, "My dear Nina, can't help it. Things have been bad with me. I am tired of fighting. Can't carry on any longer. This is the only way out. I am unworthy of your love. I am a failure. I am truly sorry, but this is the only way out for me." He signed the 8-page note, "Love, Laurie," which we presume was a nickname, maybe from his middle name, Lauriston. The police went on to explain that this theme of failure, desolation, and despair was repeated throughout the book, with the identical words used over and over again. They said it was not an incoherent note, just repetitious, and obviously had been written under great emotional stress. A little after 10 that night, the Packard rolled up in front of the private entrance and elevator to the Livermore apartment at 1100 Park Avenue. Frank rang the bell. "Is that you, Frank?" Harriet asked. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "Paul with you?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good, send him in. You wait there for me. I'll be down in a few moments," she said through the speaker as she buzzed him in. When Paul walked in, he saw Harriet, fully dressed, moving quickly about the apartment. There were 3 paper bags by the door. They were full to the top with cash enclosed in bank wrappers. She saw him as he entered. "Hello, Paul," she said, stopping her movement, her hands full of cash. "Hello," he said. "Paul, come and sit on the couch." He did as he was told. "The school told you about your father?" "Yes." "Look, Paul, I just talked to a friend, a lawyer, who told me the police often investigate suicides like they do homicides. They came already, a uniformed officer in a squad car, to see if I was all right. I'm afraid they might come here and search the apartment, and I could not explain certain things. Your father kept too much cash in the house, so I'm going to go for the evening. Besides, I'm very upset, but I have to try and think straight." "I must think straight, you understand?" "Sure." "Okay, I'm in a hurry. They could arrive any moment. I'm not going far, just to a hotel. But you tell the police that I've gone to see a friend if they come, okay? I'll send Frank back to be with you after he takes me to the hotel." "I'm okay. I don't need Frank." "You sure?" "Yes." "All right then, I have to go." Paul waited as she went to the safe in the living room. He watched as she swept her jewels out of the safe into the paper shopping bag, using her forearm. She disappeared into the bedroom. He could hear her opening and closing bureau doors, dumping more jewelry into the last shopping bag. She came out with a shopping bag half full of jewelry and stuffed a sweater in on top. "See, Paul, I use these shopping bags because nobody would ever suspect what was in them," she said. "I'll take care of everything in the morning." Paul walked her to the door as she slipped on her coat. She swept up the other shopping bags with the cash and left. He watched her take the private elevator down to the waiting chauffeur. Later, he was to estimate that she had about $3 million in cash and at least another $1 million in jewelry, the boy's inheritance. It was never spoken of again. Paul spent the night alone in the 12-room apartment. The next morning, November 29, when Paul awoke around 10, Harriet had already returned to the apartment. "Good morning," she said to Paul. "I've notified Jesse Jr., Alexander Moore, and Reverend Crossland to meet us at Campbell's at noon." Paul just looked at her and nodded in stunned acquiescence. From Campbell's, they drove directly to the Ferncliff Crematorium in Hartsdale, New York, where they entered a small, Spartan, furnished room. The casket was removed from the hearse, rolled into the room, and rested against a wall with floor-to-ceiling black crepe curtains. The Reverend Edgar Crossland stood, Bible in hand, and said a few brief words over the closed casket. Paul and his brother Jesse sat together by the side of the casket in iron chairs. Across from them sat Harriet and Moore. When Reverend Crossland was done, the attendant pulled back the black floor-to-ceiling curtains to reveal an iron furnace door. The door was opened, and flames could be seen hissing inside. The boys were startled and looked at each other. They did not know what to expect. They all rose as the two attendants grasped the casket handles and rolled the casket on conveyor wheels through the open door into the flames. As the casket hit the flames, they heard a great whoosh. After the casket was completely inside, the iron door was clanged shut. Moore, Jesse, and Paul just stood there numb, in stunned, silent bewilderment. The great lone wolf of Wall Street, the boy plunger, was gone forever. He had shot himself just the evening before, and his body was cremated by noon, with only 4 people to mourn his passing. Back at the apartment on Park Avenue an hour later, Harriet talked to Paul. "Here, Paul, take this." She handed him a $20 bill. He sat dumbfounded. "Your mother called from Brooklyn and wants you to come over and see her. She wants you to stay with her. I think it's a good idea, Paul." "All right," he said. "Fine. Well, that's settled. Frank is downstairs waiting with the car for you." She walked him to the door and said goodbye. He went directly to his mother, Dorothy, who was waiting for him at her home in Brooklyn. She had not been invited to the funeral, nor had anybody else. He walked silently into his mother's open arms. They cried together. These were the first tears that he had shed. On February 1, 1941, Livermore's estate was settled. A report was published in the New York Times. Harriet Metz Livermore was the sole executor. The total estate was valued at $10,000 in assets and $361,010 in liabilities. There was no mention of Livermore's personal $1 million trust fund, or of the money Harriet had taken from the Park Avenue residence. Paul went on to finish school at Hotchkiss. He then joined the Army Air Forces for wartime service. He spoke perfect French, so he was assigned to train pilots in the Free French Air Force to fly P-51 Mustangs. When he got out of the service, he was called by Harriet to come for a visit. "It is important," he was told. When he arrived, Harriet offered to leave him her entire fortune if he would just stay with her as a companion. "I'm so lonely," she said to him. Paul refused to give up his life this way. Instead, he went to Hollywood, where he got roles and acted in several movies and television series. He later went to Hawaii to surf, where he eventually married Margaret Seeley, with whom he had 2 sons, Chad and Scott. He and Margaret later divorced. Paul wound up owning the Embers nightclub and restaurant in Honolulu, where he met and married Ann McCormack, a beautiful, talented nightclub singer who had sung with Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett, and many big bands. They remain happily together. Jesse's life was a different story. Patricia Schneider Freiberg was a tall, slender, blonde beauty, highly educated, a New York socialite, and the daughter of a prominent real estate developer in Cincinnati, Ohio. When she was introduced to Jesse by her friend Timmy Houston, he whispered to her, "Pat, Jesse Livermore is one of the most famous playboys in New York. For God's sake, don't get involved with him." Patricia ignored her friend's advice and enjoyed herself as Jesse swept her off her feet with lavish romantic candlelit dinners in New York's finest nightclubs, dining at the best restaurants, trips to the country, surprise gifts of clothes and jewelry, and the use of the Livermore name, which still got the best tables in places like the Plaza Hotel and Sherman Billingsley's exclusive Stork Club. Their relationship seemed sealed when Patricia's black poodle, Hefner, who had a broken leg and was not a normally friendly dog, ran down a flight of stairs to meet and greet Jesse, who loved animals and had a way with them. In particular, he loved Dobermans and always had at least one dog. Jesse was already separated from his first wife, Evelyn Sullivan. He had a son with her, Jesse Roman III, who was born on December 7, 1941. He rarely saw his son. Jesse had run the Connecticut Pepsi-Cola franchise his father had given him into the ground. It finally had to be sold to avoid bankruptcy. He then convinced Charles Revlon to hire him, and he eventually became the sales promotion manager for Revlon. Jesse lived in the Metropolitan Club, an elegant men's club in Midtown Manhattan. His father had also been a well-known member. Jesse was a major backgammon and gin player and would often play through the night, drinking and gambling for high stakes. Jesse lived as he was brought up to live. He had no regard for money. He had always had money, and he believed it would always be available to him. His father, who made sure Jesse had the finest cars, the finest clothes, and plenty of spending money, had opened every door in the country to him. One time Jesse showed his father his report card from Choate when he had done poorly in English composition. "What's this, son, this poor grade in English comp?" his father had asked. "I'm not a very good speller, Dad, that's the problem." "That's not a problem, son. You'll always have a secretary. She'll do the spelling for you." Jesse married Patricia in March 1965. His divorce from Evelyn Sullivan had cost him his Park Avenue apartment and whatever cash and assets he had. He was broke except for his trust fund, which was administered by his mother, Mousie, as he called her, as his father had. He still had problems with the gunshot wound. Patricia never knew whether the problems were psychosomatic or real. He occasionally complained to her of intense chest pain and still had a slight curvature of the spine. The couple moved into a house at 214 East 72nd Street. Dorothy, Jesse's mother, was living in Long Island at Bright Waters with Willie K. Thompson, her fourth husband. Thompson was a mob figure. He was directly hooked up with Frank Costello, a major boss in New York City. When they sold their house on Long Island, Dorothy called Patricia and Jesse. She asked if it would be okay if she and Thompson moved into a nearby building. The couple said okay. Soon after they moved into the building, Thompson suffered a heart attack and died. After only a year of marriage, Jesse's drinking and carousing increased. His strange relationship with his mother became more and more intense. His mother still had control of Jesse's trust fund and doled the money out to him as she saw fit. Before he asked for money, usually at dinner, Jesse would often first feign pain, grabbing his chest, grimacing, moaning, and slumping forward in his chair. Jesse made sure that his mother never forgot that she had shot him. Dorothy never failed to give him the money. When things got especially tight, she would often give him some pieces from her still large jewel collection to hawk. They would never be seen again. Dorothy and Jesse had an intense love-slash-hate relationship. Jesse often stormed out in a rage after his mother gave him the money. It was in their second year of marriage that Jesse took up with other women. He, Dorothy, and Patricia were also imbibing plenty of alcohol, which did not help the situation. Their house on East 72nd Street had 4 floors, with the dining room, living room, and kitchen on the first floor, a library and bedroom on the second, 2 bedrooms on the third floor, and 2 bedrooms on the fourth floor. Dorothy moved into the house. Her bedroom was on the third floor, directly over the library. Patricia and Jesse's bedroom was also on the third floor, and William, the live-in butler, had quarters on the 4th floor. There was a spare bedroom on the 4th floor that eventually became Jesse's bedroom for his sexual liaisons. Things deteriorated fast once Jesse's affairs came into the picture. Jesse made no effort to conceal his affairs, once telling Patricia, "It's no fun having an affair if you aren't married." Jesse got involved with all kinds of women, showgirls, socialites, hookers, and shop clerks. Eventually, he started bringing the women home and taking them to the bedroom on the 4th floor, which eventually became his permanent bedroom. "He's like a cat with his trophy, dragging those women in here," Patricia told Dorothy. One night, Jesse brought home one of his favorites, an English hooker and frequent visitor, whom he introduced before climbing the stairs to the 4th floor. He said, "This is my English friend Pamela. We are going upstairs to have a visit." As he climbed the stairs, his mother screamed, "I curse my son, I curse my son, oh my God!" And she broke down crying in the living room. Things eventually turned violent and Jesse started beating Patricia. One night he beat her up so badly that the neighbors called the police. Both of them were drunk when the police came to the door. Jesse was fast on his feet. He told the police, "We've both been drinking and I was just restraining her from attacking me." "Ma'am, do you want to press charges?" the police asked Patricia. "No, I just want to go to my sister's house." The police helped her get to her sister's house. She was warned to leave him by everyone close to her, but she could not do it. She loved him no matter what. Jesse resented his mother more and more. He resented the fact that she had pissed away his real inheritance through her foolish acts, such as not paying the taxes on the properties, letting her jewels go for 10 cents on the dollar, converting her $1 million stock portfolio, handpicked by his father, into railroad bonds that failed, and generally being whimsical and stupid about money. He also resented the way she handed out his trust funds to him. His and his brother's trust funds had been solidly set up. Every time Jesse tried to break the trust to get at the principal, he was rebuffed by his mother and Morgan Guarantee, which administered the trust strictly according to the dictates of the law and the exacting provisions his father had instructed the attorneys to write into them. Jesse's violence increased along with his drinking and carousing. Patricia gave up drinking in 1967. She believed this saved her life. One night, Jesse came in roaring drunk and found Patricia in the bathtub. He attacked her, slapping her over and over and then holding her head underwater with both hands until she nearly drowned. His periods of making up, his self-recriminations when he was sober, the tears of repentance, his apologies were works of art. He could be as kind and charming as he was cruel and unfeeling. Patricia's love for him was so great that she always forgave him. When he was sober, they all had plenty of good times. Dinner parties and meeting in the library every night for cocktails was often great fun, with lots of laughter and good cheer. Patricia called her mother-in-law by her nickname, Mousie. She considered her the funniest woman on the planet who could take over any dinner or social occasion. She would light up the room, and the biggest part of her charm was that she didn't know she was being nonstop funny. One night, Patricia asked Jesse why his father had killed himself. "Pat, for my father the game was over as he knew it. The players had changed, the SEC rules had changed, and times had changed." He paused, but maybe it was more than that. Maybe his spirit was broken. Like a dog, you know how you can break the spirit of a dog, and the dog is no good anymore. Maybe that's what happened. He told me once that he only lost money when he stopped following his own rules. I think he had stopped playing the game correctly, and that bothered him most of all. He was off his form, his mind was fuzzy. After he divorced Mom and moved out of Livermore, things went bad for him. It was like she was his good luck, and when she was gone, his good luck was gone. He had nobody to go to, no friends, and nowhere to go, no place to get any peace. And Nina was a killer bitch. She smothered him, devoured his spirit with her negativity. I told her to beat it within days of having to live with her after the shooting. It's one of the reasons Dad sent me to Europe and I married Evelyn. I wanted to be on my own. She hated Paul and me. Anything that got between her and Dad, she hated. She pushed him deeper and deeper into the blackness. "What else?" Patricia asked after a pause. "Yeah, when Mother shot me, I think he began to think his life was a total failure. How could it be that a mother would shoot her own son? How the hell could that happen?" How could it be his wife, the beautiful young girl he had married so many years before, would sink so low as to shoot her own son? A Greek tragedy that happened to involve him as a principal player. And he was with me all the time by my side through all that pain and agony when my life was on the line. He must have had time to think about it. In fact, that was the only time he was really ever with me for any length of time. Finally, I think he just had one of those dark personalities. There was always something unreachable about him, a kind of detachment from humanity, from the rest of us. He slipped into the darkness, and there was nothing to pull him back. His real passion was the market. When he lost his interest in the market, he lost it all. Patricia was interested in astrology. She had never met Livermore, but one day she read his chart. Her conclusions were clear. He was a very strong Leo with his planets in Leo. Patricia concluded that he never did it for the money, he did it for the game, for the sake of winning, and he never wanted to break anyone. He wanted to best everyone. He wanted world recognition as being the best there ever was, like a superb athlete who climbs to the highest level and receives the world's accolades. Even though he was not boastful, in fact, he was quiet and secretive, he still wanted world recognition. He wanted the world to know that he was the best stock market trader who ever lived. But he wanted the world to come to this realization on its own. He did not want to promote it himself. Near the end of her relationship with Jesse, Patricia's father, an Austrian gentleman whom she loved very much, called her to Cincinnati. He was suffering from the beginning stages of Alzheimer's disease. Her parents had been separated for years, but every Christmas he would show up for dinner. "Pat," he said to her, "I don't ever want your mother to control my life. It's something she's always wanted to do. Promise me you won't let her control my life." "Daddy, I'll do everything I can," Patricia answered. A month later, her father shot and killed himself. Patricia was devastated. Jesse became meaner and meaner. At one time he had 2 Dobermans. He and a couple of his neighbors would go for a walk in Central Park to exercise their dogs. Once in the park, they would free the dogs to wake up the homeless people who were sleeping in the park in droves at that time. They would walk down to the far end of the park and watch as the homeless people streamed out of the park, screaming, running and tripping over each other as they fled, with the dogs in hot pursuit. By 1975, the violence, drinking, gambling, and womanizing was out of control. At 1:15 a.m. on March 23, 1975, Jesse called on one of the 3 telephone lines in the house. Unknown to Patricia, Jesse had been drinking for 2 days straight. "Hello, Pat," he said. "I want you to listen to this." Jesse went on to quote Shakespeare for several minutes. Pat could not tell he was drunk. He spoke clearly. She wondered if he had been smoking pot. There was a silence on the line, then he said, "Pat, I'm going to kill my dog and then kill myself." There was a dead silence on the phone and then a click as the line went dead. This was not the first time that Pat had heard him threaten to kill himself. The phone rang a second time. "Pat, you there?" "Yes, Jesse, I'm here. I mean it. I'm going to kill my dog and then I'm going to kill myself." For the second time there was a click on the phone and then the buzz of a disconnection. 2 shots rang out in the house. Pat leaped out of bed and put on a robe. She was tying the robe when Jesse appeared in her doorway, a smoking chrome-plated .32 caliber Colt revolver in his hand. "Cesare is dead. It's your fault that my dog is dead. Come with me and bring Alexi." Patricia stood dumbfounded, locked in fear. She picked up her standard white poodle, Alexi, and took the dog in her arms. She was positive that she and her dog would die that night. Jesse staggered slightly, framed in the door jamb, eyes glazed from drink. There was no question he was as drunk as a person could be and still stand. "You follow me. I've been in the library," he said, and he led the way down the stairs. The library occupied the 2nd floor. There was a balcony in front of the library that overlooked the large living room downstairs. When Jesse got to the library door and entered, Pat ran for her life down the stairs to the floor below. She ran through the kitchen and out the back door, breathing hard, clinging to Alexi. In total panic, she ran to the building next door and shoved Alexi, the frightened poodle, into the arms of the doorman, who let her use the phone. She called Robert Cohen, the family lawyer. "Bobby, it's Patricia. "Jesse has killed his dog and he wants to kill me and kill Alexei," she blurted. "Where are you?" "Next door with the doorman. I'm hiding in the lobby. I'm afraid he's gonna shoot me through the windows if he gets a glimpse of me." "Stay there. I'll call the cops and I'll be there in minutes. Don't move." Cohen and the police arrived simultaneously. The police came from the 67th Street station. The station sent an emergency service special response team of 10 officers led by Lieutenant John Weeks. These officers were specialists in dealing with dangerous hostage and suicide cases. Attorney Cohen and Patricia asked to go back into the house with the police. The police led them into the dining room and told them to keep out of sight, unless called. Lieutenant Weeks and Officer Charles Bresney took the lead. The other officers took up strategic shooting positions. Weeks and Bresney climbed the stairs to the library. When they reached the top, they positioned themselves on opposite sides of the door to the library. They saw Jesse sitting casually in an easy chair, his 85-pound dog Cesar lying in a pool of blood at his feet. There were 2 chrome-plated .32 caliber Colt revolvers in his lap. Patricia had told the police to be careful, because Jesse was a dead-eye shot. "He must be very drunk to have to use 2 shots to kill his dog," she told them. Bresney got the nod to try to enter the library. As he passed through the door, Jesse fired a shot in his direction. The bullet hit the wall. Bresney darted back outside the doorway. The officers were well trained and they did not return fire. Instead, they talked to him, chit-chatted for an hour, calming him down. He told them he was going to kill himself. He read to them from his long suicide note. After a full hour of chit-chat, Bresney said, "I'm thirsty. I could use a drink. Could we have a glass of wine?" Sure you can," Jesse answered. As he poured the wine, the 2 police officers rushed him, with other officers following. Jesse was able to get one of the guns up from his lap. He rammed the barrel of the revolver into Lieutenant Weeks's chest and pulled the trigger. The gun only clicked. The police were instantly on top of him. They subdued him. Bresney, 29 years old, suffered a broken wrist in the scuffle. The 2 guns were confiscated and Jesse was charged with attempted murder of a police officer, reckless endangerment, possession of a deadly weapon, resisting arrest, and attempted suicide. He was in serious trouble. New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller had just signed a law mandating life imprisonment for anyone convicted of attempted murder of a police officer. The police also explained to Patricia that people who attempt suicide often want the police to kill them, so they provoke the police into shooting. It was never explained whether the second gun, the gun Jesse jammed into Lieutenant Weeks's ribs, was actually loaded. There was no question for Patricia. She believed that Jesse really did not have the courage to kill himself and had intended to provoke the police into doing the job for him. He was very smart. Dorothy emerged from her room on the 3rd floor above the library after Jesse had been taken away. "What happened, Pat?" she asked, having quietly feigned sleep through the entire incident. She left for Longboat Key, Florida, the next day, unable to cope with the events. Jesse was arraigned and denied bail. He was taken to Rikers Island, where he was kept in isolation. His jailers were sure that his unbridled arrogance would get him killed quickly if he was allowed to enter the general prison population. The police had a dilemma. If something happened to Jesse while he was in jail, it would make headlines. So they came up with the idea of giving him bail on the proviso that he leave New York and reside in Florida. Let him kill a Palm Beach cop, get him out of New York, was their attitude. He could come up from Florida for his trial. After 54 days in prison, they released him. He looked awful. He had dropped from a trim 155 pounds to 125. When he had been arrested, more than 200 people called to inquire about him. When he was released from Rikers, there were only 2. He immediately started drinking on his release. As a condition of his bail, he had 2 weeks to pack up and leave for Florida. Pat, still afraid for her life, left the house and stayed with a friend in Pleasant Valley, New York, until he left. He went down to Palm Beach by himself. As a condition of his bail agreement, he had to get psychiatric help. His mother called him and told him not to bother. He was fine. "You don't need a psychiatrist, son. You just need some rest." Patricia always believed Dorothy said this to her son for selfish reasons, not wanting him to relive the Santa Barbara shooting as he got more deeply into therapy. Therapy was a condition of his bail, however, so he went to a doctor in Palm Beach. The doctor did all he could, diagnosing Jesse as a manic depressive, paranoid, suicidal alcoholic, but he was dealing with a determined patient. The trial was postponed each time Jesse came to New York. His lawyer told him he would beat the rap, but he did not believe it. On the day before the trial was to begin, Jesse called Patricia from Palm Beach. "I can't go to prison, Pat, I just can't go." "Jesse, your lawyer says you can beat it." "I don't believe that moron, I can't go to jail," he said and hung up. He went to some friends in Palm Beach, St. John and Alretta Terrell, and borrowed a shotgun from them, but he was unable to use it. Instead, he opened the oven door and turned on the gas. He took a handful of pills and collapsed. He was found dead the next day. Pat flew to Palm Beach immediately, that same afternoon. The next day, Jesse's body was quietly taken to a crematorium in Palm Beach. A minister said a few words and the body was turned into ashes. No one was in attendance except Patricia and the minister. Much later, it dawned on Patricia just how afraid of his mother Jesse really was. Yet, he stayed so dependent on her for company and money. His mother knew that he never got over the shooting, and no matter what she did, she could never make it up to him. Somehow they were hooked together, connected by a karmic umbilical cord that had become inextricably tied when she fired that shot into his chest. What a tragedy! 3 lives destroyed in one flash of a gun barrel. What is the matter with us all? Pat thought to herself. After Jesse's death, Dorothy moved back in with Patricia for a while, but she eventually moved down to Sanibel Island, Florida. In 1985, Dorothy fell ill, and she called her son Paul and his wife Anne to come and visit her. Anne and Paul arrived on Sanibel and found the nurse waiting for them. "Your mother asked me to come here to the house and wait for you," she said. "Where's my mother?" Paul asked. "She went to the hospital 2 days ago, and I'm sorry to tell you she passed away that same day," the nurse said. "Where is she now?" Anne asked. "She's in the mortuary, I'm afraid." The nurse let a silence fall. She left specific instructions to be cremated tomorrow with no ceremony. At that moment, Caesar, Dorothy's cat, appeared in the living room and rubbed up against Anne. She picked up the cat, who was a very old, treasured member of the family. The cat had been very close to Dorothy. Anne played with the cat as he settled in her lap. "Mrs. Livermore, I wouldn't get too close to the cat if I were you," the nurse said. "Oh," Anne said. Mrs. Livermore left very clear instructions that the cat was to be placed in the casket and cremated with her. Anne gasped and held the cat closer to her. "Paul," she said, pleading with her eyes to keep the cat. Paul also wanted to keep the cat, but he felt obligated to honor his mother's will. She had left everything in perfect order: her will, her bank books, car keys on the table, written instructions on how to dispose of her estate, and instructions for her funeral. It was unlike Dorothy to be so organized. In fact, she was famous for being disorganized and careless. Later, when they moved the dresser, they found a gold chain and a beautiful watch that had fallen on the floor. "She never did keep good track of her jewelry," Paul said. "What she had left, you mean," Anne said. Over the years, Dorothy had given over $500,000 in jewelry to her son Jesse, who had hocked it. The next day, they took the cat to the vet and had him put to sleep. They drove to the crematorium and placed the cat in the casket. Dorothy, Mousie Livermore, entered the flames of eternity with Caesar the cat to join her husband and son. Appendix: Livermore's laws and trading secrets revealed. To know is to do. Socrates. A successful speculator remains a constant student of 3 things: market timing. You must learn when to enter and when to exit a market trade, when to hold and when to fold, as Ed Bradley used to say. Money management. Don't lose money, don't lose your stake. A speculator without cash is like a store owner with no inventory. Cash is a speculator's inventory, lifeline, and best friend. Without it, you're out of business. Don't lose your line. Emotional control. Before you can successfully play the market, you must have a clear, concise strategy and stick to it. All speculators must design intelligent battle plans, customized to suit their emotional makeup, before speculating in the stock market. The biggest thing speculators have to control is their emotions. Remember, reason, logic, and pure economics do not drive the stock market. It is driven by human nature, which never changes. How can it change? It's our nature. You cannot tell if your judgment about the market is right until you place a bet, purchase a stock. If you don't put your money on the table, you can never test your judgment because you can never test your emotions. Livermore believed that emotion, not reason, dictates the direction of the stock market, just as in most important things in life: love, marriage, children, war, sex, crime, passion, religion. It is rarely reason that drives people. This is not to say that things like sales, profits, world conditions, politics, and technology do not play a part in the ultimate price of a stock. These factors eventually come to bear, and the price of the stock market and the individual stocks may reflect these factors, but it is always emotion that carries the extremes. Livermore believed in cycles, life cycles, and market cycles. They are often extreme, rarely balanced. Cycles come like a series of ocean waves, bringing the high tide when things are good and the low tide as conditions recede. These cycles come unexpectedly, unpredictably. Good or bad, they have to be weathered with temperance and patience. Remember, the skillful speculator knows that money can be made no matter what the market conditions, if a speculator is willing to play both sides of the market. Livermore realized early on that the stock market is never obvious. It is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. Livermore's rules are often based on thinking against the grain. Cut your losses quickly. Be sure to confirm your judgment before you take your full position. Let your profits ride if there is no good reason to close out the position. The action is with the leading stocks, which change with every new market. Keep the number of stocks you follow limited in order to focus. New all-time highs are to be bought on breakouts. Cheap stocks often appear to be bargains after a large drop. They often continue to fall or have little potential to rise in price. Leave them alone. Use pivotal points to identify changes in trends and confirmations in trends. Don't fight the tape. The stock market is a study in cycles. When it changes direction, it remains in that new trend until the momentum weakens. A body in motion tends to stay in motion. Remember, don't buck the trend. Don't fight the tape. In a free market system, prices fluctuate. They never go up all the time and they never go down all the time. This is good for the alert speculator, since either side of the market can be played. Market timing rules. Never sustain a loss of more than 10% of your invested capital. Livermore learned this in the bucket shops, where he worked with 10% margin and was automatically sold out if his loss exceeded the limit. This is also a money management rule. The big money is made by the sitting, not the thinking. Once a position is taken, the hardest thing to do is to be patient and wait for the move to play out. The temptation is strong to take fast profits or cover a trade solely out of fear of losing the profit on a correction. This error has cost millions of speculators millions of dollars. Be sure you have a good clear reason to enter a trade, and be sure you have a good clear reason to close your position. It is the big swing that makes the big money for you. Play the market only when all factors are in your favor. No one can play the market all the time and win. There are times when you should be completely out of the market. The speculator must know the overall trend of the market, the line of least resistance, before making a trade. Be sure you know whether this line of least resistance is upward or downward. This applies to both the overall market and individual stocks. The basic thing you need to know before making a trade is which way the overall market is headed, up, down, or sideways. You have to decide this before making a trade. If the overall trend of the market is not in your favor, you are playing at an extreme disadvantage. Remember, go with the flow, bend with the trend. Do not sail into a gale, and most of all, don't argue with the tape. The only thing to do when you are wrong is to be right by ceasing to be wrong. Cover your losses quickly, without hesitation. Don't waste time when a stock moves below a mental stop. Sell it immediately. Stocks often act like human beings, expressing different personalities: aggressive, reserved, hyper, high-strung, direct, logical, predictable, unpredictable. Study the stocks as you would study people. After a while, their reactions to certain circumstances become predictable and useful in timing the stock's movement. Stocks are never too high to begin buying or too low to begin selling short. Failure to take the opportunity to get out of large illiquid positions when the opportunity presents itself can cost you dearly. Failure to take advantage of a serendipitous act of good luck in the stock market is always a mistake. In a market moving sideways in a narrow channel where stock prices are essentially stagnant, there is a great danger in trying to predict or anticipate when and in what direction the market will move. You must wait until the market or the stock breaks out of this sideways channel in either direction. Don't anticipate. Wait for confirmation. Never argue with the tape. Follow the line of least resistance. Do not spend a lot of time trying to figure out what moves the price of a particular stock. Rather, examine the tape. The answer lies in what the tape says, not in trying to figure out why the tape is saying it. Behind all major movements in the stock market, there is an irresistible force which will most likely be revealed later. This is all the successful speculator needs to know. The stock market goes up, down, and sideways. You can make money on the upside or the downside. You can buy long or sell short. It should not matter to you what side of the market you are on. You must be impersonal. When the market goes sideways and you are confused, take a vacation. A danger signal to watch out for: the one-day reversal, when the high of the day is higher than the high of the previous day, but the close of the day is below the low of the previous day, and the volume of the current day is higher than the volume of the previous day. Beware. If the stock you traded is going in the opposite direction from what you expected, sell it quickly. This means your judgment was wrong. Cut your losses. Wait, be patient until as many factors as possible are in your favor. It's the patience that makes the money. Study the action of a stock that has made a severe break in price, a precipitous drop. If the stock does not rebound quickly, it will most likely fall away further. There is an inherent weakness in this stock. The reason will be revealed at a later time. The market is operating in future time. It has usually already factored in current events. It is the inception of a basic movement, the pivotal point, a change in trend, which indicates whether to buy or sell. It is this change in trend that, if caught, yields the most rewards. There are two kinds of pivotal points. The reversal pivotal point is defined as the perfect psychological time at the beginning of a major market moves, a change in basic trend. It does not matter if this is at the bottom or the top of a long-term trending move. The second pivotal point is called the continuation pivotal point. The reversal pivotal point marks a definite change in direction. The continuation pivotal point confirms it. Be alert: major pivotal points can often be accompanied by a heavy increase in volume. Pivotal points provide an essential timing device, a trigger that reveals when to enter and when to exit the market. At the end of a bull market, watch for wild capitalization good stocks selling at 30, 40, 50, or 60 times their annual earnings. These will be the same stocks that had previously traded at much lower multiples. Beware of wild speculative stocks that take off for no real reason, except that they are trendy, currently favored stocks. New highs are very important for timing. A new all-time high can mean that the stock has broken through the overhead supply of stock, and the line of least resistance will be strongly upward. Many people, when they see that a stock has made a new high, sell it immediately, then go to look for a cheaper stock. Group action is the key to timing your move. Stocks do not move alone when they move. If U.S. Steel climbs or drops in price, then sooner or later Bethlehem, Republic, and Crucible will follow along. The premise is simple: if the basic reasons why U.S. Steel's business should come into or go out of favor in the stock market are sound, then the rest of the steel group should also follow for the same reasons. Trade the leading stocks in the leading groups. Buy the market leader of an industry group. Watch the market leaders, the stocks that have led the charge upward in a bull market. When these stocks falter and fail to make new highs, it is often a signal that the market is turning. As the leaders go, so goes the entire market. Confine your studies of stock market movements to the prominent leaders of the day. If you cannot make money out of the leading active issues, you are not going to make money out of the stock market. That is where the action is and where the money is to be made. It also keeps your universe of stocks limited, focused, and more easily controlled. You should have a clear target price at which to sell if the stock moves against you, a firm stop. And you must obey your rules. A successful market trader must bet only on the course of highest probabilities. Buy small positions and probe to test your judgment before you commit to a large position. Do not establish your full position all at one time. Use probes to confirm your judgment and timing and to find the line of least resistance. The trader must react quickly to the unexpected. If it is a windfall, grab it. If it is bad news, hit the road, and don't look back or hesitate, sell out the position. Beware when volume gets heavy and stocks churn after a long upward trend. This is a clue, a warning that the end of the move is near. This is an indication that stocks are going from strong hands to weak hands, from the professionals to the public. The public often views this heavy volume as the mark of a vibrant, healthy market going through a normal correction, not a top or a bottom. The public tends to believe that the insiders are feeding out their stock on the upward rise of a stock. They are often wrong. They are often being fed the majority of the insider or pooled stock after the stock has crested at new highs and is rolling over, churning and starting its decline. This is the time of the highest volume. This is often the reason why a stock cannot make a new high. There is simply too much supply hanging over the market. This is distribution, is not always from insiders, but usually from larger shareholders, such as mutual funds in today's markets. Money management rules. Establish stops. You should have a clear target price at which to sell if the stock moves against you. And you must obey your rules. Never sustain a loss of more than 10% of your invested capital. Losses can be twice as expensive to make up if you lose 50%. You must gain 100% to get even. See Table 12.1. This is also a key timing rule. Never meet a margin call and never average down in your buying. Turn paper profits into real money periodically. Take a percentage of your winnings and put them in a safe place like the bank or bonds or an annuity. Cash was, is, and always will be king. Always have cash in reserve. Cash is your ammunition. Livermore's biggest mistake was not following this rule more often. Examine and understand the dimension of time. Time is not money, because there may be times when your money should be inactive. Time is time, and money is money. The successful investor is not invested in the market all the time. There are many times when you should be completely in cash. Often, money that is just sitting can later be moved into the right situation once it has revealed itself. If you are unsure of the direction of the market, then stay out and wait for a confirmation of the next move. This is how to make a fortune. Patience, patience, patience is the key to success. Don't be in a hurry. Take some winnings off the table after the completion of a successful trade. Use probes to establish your full position. After an initial probe, do not make a second move until the first probe shows you a profit. Do not establish your full position all at once. Wait until your first trades, your early probes, have shown you a profit. Then go ahead and fill out your full position. To be precise, first establish 20% of your planned position on the first purchase, 20% on the second, and 20% on the third. Wait for a confirmation of your judgment, then make your final purchase of 40%. Each of these purchases, or probes, is a crucial factor in establishing your overall position. If at any time the stock moves against you, close out all your positions, never sustaining a loss of more than 10% of invested capital. Sell the losers, let the winners ride, provided all the factors are positive. Emotional control rules. Emotional control is the most essential factor in playing the market. Don't anticipate. Wait until the market gives you the clues, the signals, the hints before you move. Move only after you have confirmation. Anticipation is a killer. Don't make a decision based on anticipation. The market always gives you time. If you wait for the clues, there will be plenty of time to execute your moves. Do not spend a lot of time trying to figure out why the price of a particular stock moves. Rather, examine the facts themselves. The answer lies in what the tape says, not in trying to figure out why. Most important, never argue with the tape. It can't hear you. Stock traders can be convinced to move away from their own convictions by listening to the advice of other traders, persuaded that their judgment may be faulty. Or, in the least damaging case, listening to others may cause indecision and bad judgment. This indecision may cause a loss of confidence, which may well mean a loss of money. Tips come from all sources, from relatives, loved ones, friends who have just made serious investments themselves and want to pass on their good fortune. They also come from hucksters and criminals. Remember, all tips are dangerous. None should be taken. Remove hope from your trading lexicon. Hoping a stock will do something is truly gambling. If you do not have good, solid reasons for holding a stock position, then move on to another more logical trade. Wishing a stock up or down has caused the downfall of many stock market speculators. Hope walks hand in hand with greed. Be aware of your emotions at all times. Don't get too confident over your wins or too despondent over your losses. Nothing ever changes in the market. The only thing that changes are the players, and the new players have no financial memory of the previous major cycles like the panic of 1907 or the crash of 1929 because they have not experienced them. It may be new to the speculator, but it's not new to the market. Always have a method of speculating, a plan of attack, and always stick to your plan. Do not constantly change your plan. Find a method that works emotionally for you and stick to that method. Stick to your own customized game. Speculators are not investors. Their object is not to secure a steady return on their money over a long period of time. Speculators must profit by either a rise or a fall in the price of whatever they have decided to speculate in. Play a lone hand. Make your decisions about your own money by yourself. Be secretive and silent in your stock trading. Do not disclose your winners or your losers. The successful investor is not invested in the market all the time. There are many times when you should be completely in cash. If you are unsure of the direction of the market, wait. Never lose control of your emotions when the market moves against you. And never become elated with your successes to such a degree that you think the market is an easy way to make money. Never fight the tape. The tape is the truth. Seek harmony with the tape. Stay in the business you're good at. It takes 4 strong mental characteristics to be a superior market trader. Observation, the ability to observe the facts without prejudice. Memory, the ability to remember key events correctly and objectively. Mathematics, the ability to calculate numbers easily, being at home with digits. Experience, the ability to learn, to retain knowledge gained through experience and call upon it at will. Subliminal messages, apparent impulses, are nothing more than the subconscious mind talking to you, calling up years of trading experiences. On occasion, Livermore let his inner mind lead him, even if he did not know the reason at the time. He agreed with Aristotle. We are the sum total of our experience. Emotions must be understood and harnessed before successful speculation is possible. Greed is a human emotion present in all people, defined by Webster's dictionary as the excessive desire for acquiring or possessing, a desire for more than one needs or deserves. We do not know the origin of greed. All we know is that it exists in every person. Fear lies ready to appear in a single heartbeat, and when it does, it distorts reason. Reasonable people act unreasonably when they are afraid, and they become afraid every time they start to lose money. Their judgment becomes impaired. Hope lives hand in hand with greed when it comes to the stock market. Once a trade is made, hope springs alive. It is human nature to be hopeful, to be positive, to hope for the best. Hope is important to the survival of the human species. But hope, like its stock market cousins ignorance, greed, and fear, distorts reason. Hope clouds facts, and the stock market only deals in facts. It is like the spinning of a roulette wheel. The little black ball tells the outcome, not greed, fear, or hope. The result is objective and final, with no appeal. Beware of ignorance. The market must be studied and learned, not in a casual fashion but seriously and deeply. The stock market, with its allure of easy money and fast action, induces people into the foolish mishandling of their money like no other entity. The reverse of ignorance is knowledge, and knowledge is power. The stock market is never obvious. It is designed to fool most of the people most of the time. These rules are often based on thinking against the grain. You should not be in the market all the time. There are times when you should be out of the market for emotional as well as economic reasons. When the tape doesn't agree with your decision to buy or sell, wait until it does. Never try to rationalize your position with what the tape is saying. Do not give or receive stock tips. Just remember, in a bull market stocks go up, in a bear market they go down. This is all anyone needs to know, or all you need to tell them. Stock speculators sometimes make mistakes and know that they are making them, but proceed anyway, only to berate themselves later for breaking their own rules. Do not break your rules. Never become an involuntary investor by holding a declining stock. Never think about buying a stock on reactions or shorting a stock on rallies. Do not use the words bullish or bearish. These words fix a firm market direction in the mind for an extended period of time. Instead, use upward trend and downward trend when asked the direction you think the market is headed. Simply say, the line of least resistance is upward or downward at this time. Speculation is a business, and like any other business, it takes hard work and diligence to succeed. Conclusion: there is nothing new on Wall Street or in stock speculation. What has happened in the past will happen again and again and again. This is because human nature does not change, and it is human emotion that always gets in the way of human intelligence. Jesse Livermore.
Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We truly appreciate your time and support. If you enjoyed the content, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and share it with others who may also benefit from it. Your support helps us bring more great audiobooks and learning resources to you.